First and foremost, good morning and welcome to Omaha, Nebraska in the 2024 Men's College World Series. We're joined here on the dais by North Carolina head coach and 3 players, and we'll ask Coach Forbes please to open up with a, well, first I got to go through all this. I apologize. Courtesy, please, and members, please silence your cell phones, and when you ask the questions, please provide your name and your association. Recording the press conference on video on your cell phones is prohibited, and if you're on Zoom, please wait to raise your hand function for questions. We'll address the questions in the room first and take questions from the Zoom as time permits. We'll get back to what I was saying before. Coach Forbes, give us an opening statement, and congratulations for being here.
Thank you. Hello to everybody. Really, number one, just want to thank Omaha and everybody that puts this thing on. It's a special event. It's run so well. Our guys are already experiencing things that they're never going to forget. So on behalf of the University of North Carolina and our program, we just thank everybody for that. We're excited to be out here. Our guys have worked really hard to get to this point. We got out here. We've had a really good, 2 practices. The guys fought hard to get through that regional and get through that super regional. They were both tough. They earned it, and I'm looking forward to watching them get after it tomorrow night.
Thank you. We're going to we'll ask if you would ask the questions to the players first. And the first question, raise your hand, and we have 2 mic handlers that will come to you. If you could please wait till the mic handler gets there. First question right here.
Mark Garland, College Baseball Central. Guys, you got through the first couple practices here now. Lots of media, lots of lights. How do you guys stay loose and get ready to play that first game?
Jason, can you start? Just we'll go straight down.
I think just realizing that it's a privilege that we get to be here and experience all this. This is a once-in-a-lifetime experience. Never going to forget this, so just kind of taking it all in and kind of just enjoying it.
Yeah, I'd say for me, just, super fortunate, super grateful to be here. Really going to enjoy all this, all the media and all the events. I'm really looking forward to it, but also knowing that, we're here to play baseball and we're here to win a national championship. So I think, it's really, really cool to step out on that field, and it's a beautiful stadium, but, at the end of the day that we want to come home with the trophy. So just kind of staying focused on that goal.
Yeah, just kind of second, these 2, soak everything in, soak all the, experiences in, and then, just tomorrow, just get right back to it, wake up and get in your routine and just get ready to go play ball.
Question right here, Frank.
Michael Coe, WCHL and chapelboro.com. Vance, I'm doing a story about the role of analytics in baseball, and I actually talked to some guys from Rapsodo who I know that you've worked with in the past. Just how have they helped you just grow and become the player that you've become this season?
Yeah, I think, analytics are great, but just kind of limiting, what you're looking at. I don't think everything is, good to look at all the time. So just kind of realizing, those things that work for you, and, just being able to hone in on those and then use those to help you succeed on the field.
Question for the players? Right back here.
Jake McKeever, College Baseball Central. Jason, this class that UNC brought in, a lot of them contributed early. What do you think led to the success of having so many people that are freshmen contributing?
I think the great leadership that we have from the older guys played a huge role. Whether it's on the field or off the field, they're always there to give you advice or help you out if you need it. And I think that's been really big from day one, just kind of having them by your side. And if you have any questions, you can ask them. So that's been huge.
Any other questions for the players right here?
Brady Holtman's helping out at Raleigh. Parks, you guys are familiar with some of these teams, and you've even had a big showing before. What goes into thinking what kind of team you're going to be facing and what the opposition is going to look like after, I guess a couple of months of maybe seeing some of these familiar faces?
Yeah, I think baseball is an interesting game where, you want to prepare for the opponent, but I think it also comes down to your own team too. I think, if your own team handles business, then it really doesn't, matter that much about the opponent if you can do things the right way on your side of the dugout. But I think, with that being said, I think, both teams have grown a lot the last couple months. Both teams have definitely improved, but I feel like we're, playing really, really good baseball right now. So just kind of excited to get out there.
Ariel Bynum, Tar Heel Tribune. For Parks and Vance, your college career will end here, does that give you a little bit more sense of urgency knowing that this is your last shot at a title?
No, I think for me, just really excited and really grateful for like 4 years of hard work, and I get to finish here. So I think I'm just like super fortunate, to play my last game of college baseball in Omaha. But I think this opportunity is really special. So I don't want to put any extra pressure on myself. I just kind of want to go out there and do the things we've done all season, knowing that I really, really want to finish my career, with a national title.
Yeah, I don't think, it changes, day to day. It's the same game, just on a bigger stage. So I think just being able to really, soak it in, but also, understand, the real reason why you're here. And just really have fun with it. And just, honestly, just like soak in this moment with these guys.
Follow up to Vance, with the big diamond that you have out there with so much territory, is that an advantage for guys like with you and Anthony who can cover so much ground?
Yeah, I think so. A lot of balls that were hit at the box this year that kind of just like barely snuck out. I think Knopf just kind of like ran out of room and sometimes. So, being able to have a bigger park, just with a lot more room, it'll honestly just give us more chance to like just roam.
Do we have any more questions for the student athletes? Gentlemen, congrats. You're more than welcome to leave the dais and go back to the clubhouse. And we'll open questions for Coach Forbes. Best of luck.
See you here in a second.
Thank you.
Thank you.
For the record, Vance is only a junior.
Yep. We'll start with the first question, Coach Forbes, right here.
Coach, with half of this College World Series field being made up of ACC teams, is there a sense of conference pride, league pride that you have in seeing this great representation of your league that you have been saying since the beginning of the year is one of the best in the country?
Yeah, absolutely. We don't back down from that. We feel like the ACC has continued to improve. I felt like this year, out of all my years being involved in the ACC, and I've been involved in them, a while now, top to bottom, it was the best. If you didn't play well, you would lose. I think some really good ACC teams didn't even make the NCAA tournament. So it's a testament to our league, testament to how hard the coaches are working to get great players, and then those players obviously are doing it on the field.
Coach, obviously it's easy to talk about Vance and Parks and the guys that have been around college baseball forever. Talk about the impact of this freshman class and what made it kind of the secret sauce for this team's success.
Yeah, Coach Gaines, Coach Wiersbicki, and Coach Howell, I've been in their shoes, and I know how many hours you're behind the wheel of a car. And matter of fact, this morning we were joking, felt like we were in the olden days. Well, not the olden days, I guess is what you do now. You start games at 9 o'clock or 8 o'clock at Lake Point, and we call it Bake Point. But, they just did a great job putting that class together, and when we got them here for summer school, and that's something that we've been able to do at North Carolina, which has been really valuable. They take 2 classes. I get to be around them a lot, and now the draft is later, so the guys can really start seeing, okay, if they do end up signing professionally, what they might potentially miss. And it was a close-knit group. We had some older guys back, Jake Knapp being one of those, Vance doing his rehab that spent a lot of time around that class, so they helped them mature pretty quick. But as soon as we started up in the fall, it was clear, okay, this is an extremely talented class. We felt like we needed way more depth, especially on the mound, and we felt like, we had hoped that this class could address that. So, with what we had returning, we felt like if some, 2 of these or 3 of the position players, including the transfer portal guys, can make an impact, and some of these arms can make an impact, we had a chance to have a special team.
What's your pitching approach, knowing that if you make it to Tuesday, you're getting a day off every day? Does Aiden get used in the bullpen? What's your plan?
Oh yeah. The plan is to go after Virginia and go after that game. That is the plus of being out here and running the pitching staff and having those conversations. At the end of the day, you get, we don't play during the season unless it's midweek, but we play those big weekend series in our league. You don't get a day. So every one of our relievers, they're all horses. They all can handle a big workload. They've all been managed well all season. So we will move Aiden back into that bullpen to start for sure. He'll be available, ready to rock and roll against Virginia. And then, we'll try to beat Virginia, and then we'll announce a starter after that. Most likely it'll be Sprague.
And like I was asking them about the bigger field, and with D'Onofrio and Honeycutt covering so much ground, do you feel like that's a big advantage for your team?
Absolutely. I feel like they've been an advantage all season. That is one thing that's different in the game now that I've noticed is pitchers are throwing harder. They're trying to pitch at the top of the zone more, getting more fly ball outs than ever in college baseball. And we put a big emphasis on that, obviously having a generational center fielder like Vance Honeycutt, but also putting two other guys out there where you don't give a team extra outs. And as a matter of fact, we've stolen a lot of outs. So you have an outfield like this, and you can prevent triples also, because you can hit some triples in this park, is going to be big for anybody.
Jake McKeever, College Baseball Central. Coach, Vance has grown so much over this year. What has he meant to this program, and how have you kind of seen him mature as the year's gone on?
I mean, he's, again, maybe I will, but I've never coached the combination of power and speed. But the kid's never taken a day off. I've never said a word negative to the kid. I've never had to say, hey, keep your head up, or if he's 0 for 4 or 4 Ks, which has happened to him, you can't tell. And he's an unbelievable leader off the field. He's done an unbelievable job in the classroom. I don't like to use the word perfect because nobody's perfect, but he's been an absolute pleasure to coach, and there's a reason we've had the success we've had, and there's a reason that this team made it to Omaha. Obviously, he stepped up and played great for us, but when he wasn't, quote, hitting the home runs or getting the big hit, he was doing so much more for us, obviously playing an unbelievable center field. But he's a lead-by-example guy, and that's really helped these young guys. And that gets passed down. Look at these guys that are here today that played in our program. When you have that leadership in your locker room like that, it affects you years down the road, and that's what Vance Honeycutt. He'll leave more than what you guys see on the field. He'll leave a much bigger legacy than that for sure.
Avery Howard, Herd Out Sports. The other day I heard some of the players share that after every email you say you love them, and so many of them have talked about why that's such a special part of this team. Just at the foundation of this program, the team, why is this team so close-knit, and why has that love been a part of why this team's here?
I don't think we say it enough, and the older I've gotten, I just felt like I think it's important, and I think it's the most powerful word in the world. It's the most powerful thing in the universe. Love conquers all. It overcomes everything, and we don't have enough of it in general, and I want these kids, I sat down with our coaching staff this year before we started the fall. I said, I want Boshemer Stadium to be the place that they love the most. I want it to be the best part of their day. And the only way that can happen is if we lead by example every single day. Yeah, we're going to be competitive. We're going to coach them. We're going to be honest with them. There is tough love. But, when you feel that as a player, I was a player, you know how much a person cares about you, and because they talk to you. And that's the key to coaching, in my opinion, getting to know every player individually, because if you don't know what buttons to press with that player. But I also wanted them to know, this tough macho, you can love people and still be extremely tough. And as a matter of fact, I think you're going to be tougher. So I hope that will continue to be the backbone, and hopefully those guys will will understand that when they're older and more important things than just baseball.
Coach, is there going to be a moment before tomorrow's game where you take the players aside and sort of like Gene Hackman and Hoosiers, you just say, hey, the baselines are still 90 feet, pitching mound's still 60 feet, 6 inches, just to make sure they don't get overwhelmed by the stage, basically?
No, not with this group. I think from the first pitch of this season, this group has played like they've had something to prove. These kids, they pay attention. We weren't ranked as high as all these other ACC teams. We felt like we had a really, really good team, and we feel like the University of North Carolina baseball program has been as good as any program in the country, and we're proud of that tradition. And we also wanted to make all these players that laid the groundwork proud as well. So the only thing I've told them is, okay, this is why you came to North Carolina. So I told them before we played LSU. So I told them before we played West Virginia. That's the only thing I'll say. You came to North Carolina because you wanted to play in the College World Series. So the last thing you want to do is look back and say, you didn't slow the game down. You didn't stay with your routine. We have a saying, default aggressive. So if you're going to make a mistake, it needs to be being overly aggressive and just go out there and try to go get it.
How will tomorrow's game be different than that series in Charlottesville? There were a lot of home runs hit. Obviously, the Knopfels would have been out here too. But how's that going to be different? They get a lot of extra base hits within the ballpark.
Yeah, I mean, both teams are much different, especially on the mound. So both coaches, Brian's a heck of a coach. Both coaching staffs are going to manage their pitching staffs different. I think both the pitchers, if a pitcher is going, it doesn't matter how good the offense is sometimes. But that being said, both these offenses are really good. They're both very dynamic. I hope they don't hit a lot of home runs tomorrow. Hopefully we'll hit some. But I think both teams are way different. I know we are. So I'm looking forward to playing Virginia because we also have a lot of respect for them. They do it the right way, and it'll be a battle, that's for sure. Two really, really good teams.
Scott, you mentioned the moment being big and keeping them in their routine. So this might be an oddball question, but what goes into picking out the uniforms and any special spiritual things, superstitions that go into it?
No, a lot of times I just get with the leaders. We named captains for the first time since I've been at North Carolina, so I talked to them, and then Vance has been included in a lot of those because he's almost a captain. He basically is. And I'd say, what do y'all want to wear? We're the home team, so we're going to wear white, and we got all new uniforms this year. And again, this team is extremely process oriented. We're going to do the same thing we've been doing. Game one, we're the home team. We're going to wear our white pennies, and we'll go from there depending on whether or not we're a visitor, and we'll wear whatever we've been wearing as a visitor. So nothing too much going into it. We did eliminate one uniform, though, that we were having struggle. You won't see us wear the white pinstripe pants with the Carolina blue top. We're not wearing that one. We hadn't had much success in that one. So,
question back there.
Jake McKeever, College Baseball Central. Coach, with the way the portal opening up, what are the challenges that you create when you're still playing to also look ahead to next year?
Man, I could answer that question. It'd take me back an hour to talk about the transfer portal. Number one, we all have to figure out how to get the transfer portal not to open until the College World Series is done. But it is what it is. You embrace it. It's just like NIL. You can complain about it all you want, but it's part of the game. And the way I look at it is you figure out a way to make your program better and maybe help your guys. So with the transfer portal, we're on it every single day. We're checking it. We have our own system of the type of kid that we're looking for. We know what our needs are. So we've already got a couple commitments off the transfer portal. I'll be on the phone today. Actually have a Zoom set up later with a kid that we really, really want and try to – there's no better time, though, to recruit than when you're in Omaha. So we use that to our advantage and try to put together a team that we can get back here with.
Do we have any other questions? Two more right here.
Coach, two-part question. One, did Vince Carter take you up on your offer to sit in your box in the Supers at West Virginia? And two, have you heard from any, UNC celebrities, quote unquote, leading up to tomorrow's game?
I don't think Vince made it. I know there are a lot of – basketball had their own suite, I believe. So I don't know who all was in that suite. I didn't look up a ton. That game was too close to look up there. I don't know about celebrities. That's a great question. And if I knew they were coming, I couldn't tell you anyway.
Last question right here.
Dovetailing the question about transfer portal, you look at the prospect of 6 of your 8 regulars, losing 6 of your 8 regulars. So how important will that be to keep it going next year? And then also, with possibly 6 of those guys playing their last games for Carolina, how emotional is that for them and for you?
I mean, anytime anybody in our program, it's their last game, it's not just starters, it's going to be emotional. And I told you last time, why do you have to remind me we're losing so many of those guys? But that's where the transfer portal can help you. But we still believe in, when you look at Gavin Gallagher and you look at Luke Stevenson, even a guy like Olin Johnson who had some valuable starts. There are a lot of other guys that I feel like, Matty Mathias, he was okay last year, but he's gotten a lot better. Dalton Pence has gotten a lot better. And that's one thing that I'm really proud of at North Carolina is it's not our development. The players develop themselves through hard work, but we do feel like we can still get great high school players. They can stay in our program. And you're just not going to see, while I'm here, we're not going to probably have 20 players off the transfer portal. I don't think that's the recipe for our success, is combining those two. And even the transfers that come in, like a Madera from a Division III, getting better from the time he gets there until now. So that's what's so important. And we do have one celebrity here. Dustin Ackley's here. Yeah. He's a walking base hit, just so you know.
Well, Coach, thank you very much. We wish you best of luck and good luck.
Thank you.
Hammond Communications.
Have him touch all of our guys.
Hammond's Communications will post a recording of this press conference in the NCAA Digital Media Hub at nca.veritone.com, and transcripts will be provided by ASAP and will be posted shortly. Thank you for joining us.
All right, Coach, you scared me. I thought you were going to jump in.
Yeah.
No, I was going to.
Hey, thanks, Coach.
Yeah, let's not
Yeah.
do that. Too early in the week. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
If you need anything, let me know. Otherwise, enjoy the air-conditioned hotel.
No, we talked too much about NIL. I mean, what?
We're not supposed to be recording these press conferences.
Right.
We can take it from Mel. That's
Yeah.
what I thought. I saw our videographer. And I'll just make sure.
Oh,
But it's okay.
their videographer was shooting. She's fine. She's fine. Yeah, team. Yeah. I think. Oh, okay.
Say that.
Yes. It's in. Yes. So
I just wanted to triple
Yeah.
we will know because of the
Yeah,
Okay,
but
that was
I met her last. We met her from last night. Yeah.
I don't want to be the ones to get in trouble first.
Oh, already? No. Yeah.
Okay, I wasn't sure, but anybody else?
I'm not gonna. Yeah, we're not gonna worry about it.
Okay, I just
Okay.
She checked with me.
Yeah, see?
she had that moment where I'm like, JD's
No, we're good. Boom. as a player and coach comes in, just friendly reminder to please silence your cell phones. Please provide your name and media affiliation each time you ask a question. Recording is not permissible. And if you're on Zoom, please raise your hand function and we'll ask for questions after we ask questions here in the room. We'll wait for Coach O'Connor, and then we'll get started. Eric, how you doing? Good. Itinerary will ask Coach Connor for a opening statement. Then we'll ask the questions to the student athletes. Once that's done, we'll let them leave, and then we'll have more questions for Coach O'Connor. Go. Okay.
Oh, I didn't see the stairs. There we go.
Yeah, it's impressive. Coach, we're going to ask for an opening statement. We'll let you catch your breath for a second, and then we'll ask questions for the student athletes.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you all for being here. Certainly when these three players and all of our players, they grow up and then enter college baseball. This is a dream of theirs to have the opportunity that they have in front of them tomorrow and then through the rest of the College World Series. So we're extremely excited to be back here in Omaha. As I was saying out there to a couple of the reporters, that you just don't get tired of hearing people say when you bring a team back here, welcome back, right? The fact that it's not welcome, the fact that it's back after it is we have a lot of pride in that, and two of these guys wore this uniform in this stadium and competed in this event last year that are up here. And, that said, it's about this year's team's journey. They have earned the right all year long because of their professionalism, the way they went about their business all year long. And when it matters the most, over the last 2 weeks, they played excellent baseball. So I can tell you as the coach, I have a ton of confidence in this group that they're going to continue to compete and rise up in this World Series, because I've seen it so many times this year that this team does whatever it takes to give themselves the best chance to win. So certainly as a program and as a university, we're honored to be back here in Omaha representing our great institution. And these guys are excited about the opportunity they have starting tomorrow afternoon.
Thank you, Coach. We'll have the first question right here for the student athletes.
Jeff White, VirginiaSports.com. Evan, do you approach a start in the College World Series differently than you would a regular season start or ACC tournament or regional or super regional, or do you try to do everything the same?
I wouldn't say that I approached it any differently. I've kind of followed the same routine and pattern throughout the whole year. The only thing that's different is the team that we're playing.
Mark Garland, College Baseball Central. Guys, you got the first practice out of the way in the big ballpark. Tell me a little bit about the ballpark, how it's playing right now, and then how do you keep a little sense of normalcy when you show up and play at this big stage, starting with Evan?
This ballpark is amazing. I'm super thankful to be back. It's such a cool atmosphere, cool environment. The practice is amazing.
Ball was flying today a little bit, a few home runs during BP, but, you know, I'll let them take it over. Yeah, obviously a beautiful ballpark, and, you know, soaking it in, enjoying it. Very similar dimensions to the Dish, so, you know, felt really comfortable out there. And like you said, the ball was flying a little bit. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, it was just pretty awesome to be back here, back on the field, you know, looking around, seeing how awesome the stadium is, just anticipating it being filled again. It's just, we're just glad to be back.
Go right here, then we'll go with Eric.
Greg Medea from the Daily Progress. Henry, I know you've spoken about how you grew up watching Virginia teams get to the College World Series. What's it like for you to be here for the first time and get to experience it yourself, the run through the postseason here?
Yeah, it's definitely a dream come true. And I was here in 11 and experienced it from the stands, and it was, you know, a great event and one of the best experiences of my life. And to be here and experience it on the field and have a chance to compete for a title is a blessing, and I don't take it for granted. I'm just really grateful for it.
Eric Olson with the Associated Press. Griff, you guys have about 6 guys in the lineup last year that are back this year. Just kind of curious if you could discuss the advantage of all that experience having been on this stage before.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I think it definitely gives us an edge, just kind of, you know, knowing what to expect from a standpoint of atmosphere itself. I remember last year, the first game, you know, the first couple innings, you're a little bit in awe, you're a little bit in shock, just the atmosphere itself and how many people are in the stands. So, you know, just kind of that edge. And we've been, you know, trying to talk to the young guys and the guys who haven't been here, just giving them a heads up on kind of what it's like. You know, our main message has just been to not try and do too much. You know, we're here for a reason. As long as we, you know, do the small things and do what we're capable of, the moment doesn't get too big. So, like you said, having 6 guys be able to describe that in different ways to guys who haven't been here is definitely an advantage.
Go right here in the middle.
Press Will at thesaber.com. Hey, Griff, how much can you take away from that series against UNC? I know it feels like a long time ago, but just kind of here now, how much can you take away from that previous matchup?
Yeah, to be honest with you, like not a lot, I don't think. You know, I think this is a totally different, you know, that was a couple months ago, and this is also everyone's playing their best ball right now. So to be honest with you, I don't think we can take much from it. You know, obviously we're going to, you know, maybe go back and watch some of it, or, you know, just kind of see how we played against them, see how they played against us, some things they did maybe. But as far as taking things from that series to now, I think it's like a totally different season now. So at this point, probably not too much.
Noah Darling, College Baseball Central. Henry, obviously a strong freshman seasons for you. Who's been the biggest mentor in the clubhouse for you? And with that, how do you keep your cool on a team full of guys that have been here before?
I'd say Griff has been my biggest mentor for sure. Just coming to him with advice, and he's given me a lot of great advice and definitely helped me through this year. And I think just our preparation, everything we do in practice, and, you know, the little details that we pay attention to gives you a lot of confidence. And I know everybody in the lineup is going to compete as hard as they can, and that makes you feel a lot better. And you know that the guy behind and in front of you has got your back.
Eric Olson again, AP. Henry, what was the circumstance for you being here in 2011?
I came with my dad and my uncle just as a fan. I grew up a Virginia baseball fan, growing up in Charlottesville, so we took the trip out in 2011 just to watch and enjoy it.
That was an easy commitment.
Jake McKeever, College Baseball Central. Henry, what have some of the older players told you about playing in Omaha and how to kind of take it all in?
Mm-hmm. They just said it's, you know, a once-in-a-lifetime experience, and just to enjoy it and really to get it out of the way now and enjoy it, and then when it's game time to, you know, play your ball and do what you do and just focus on the game and, you know, try and block everything else out.
Peter Burtonhead, Daily Nonpareil in Council Bluffs. Question for any of the players here. Coach O'Connor is from the area, went to St. Albert High School. Is there any sort of tradition that you guys have been able to take part of, maybe a restaurant that you go to or any sort of activity that you've done in preparation with his familiarity with the area?
I guess I'll make it a tradition this year because it'll be my second time, but I went to the restaurant that he worked in when he was younger, so with my family. So I guess I'll make that a tradition this year.
Any other questions for the student athletes in the back? Oh. Okay. Players, thank you very much. We wish you best of luck and congratulations.
Thank you.
Good job, guys.
Okay, we'll start questions for Coach right here, and then we'll go 1, 2.
Brian, your first trip here as head coach played at Rosenblatt, which had was a legendary venue. In 11, you helped open this stadium. You've been back several times. Is there a breaking in period for a stadium, a new venue like this? And has the atmosphere kind of evolved over the years since you've been back?
I think so. Being fortunate to grow up in this area and go to so many College World Series games as a youngster in old Rosenblatt Stadium, the atmosphere there was special. And fortunately, in my career, I got to pitch in the event in that stadium. And then 2009, our first trip here, I actually also got a chance to coach in it when I was an assistant at Notre Dame 1 year in 2002. And so 9 was special, right? To, first time having grown up in that stadium to coach a team in it. Wasn't really crazy about who the manager was of the ball club in the other dugout. It happened to be one of my best friends, Paul Maneri, when he was coaching LSU. So wouldn't you know it, your first game that you're coaching in the College World Series is against your mentor. But certainly special Rosenblatt was, and the people in the community in Omaha that have been around a long time know how special that stadium and how instrumental it was in growing the College World Series. That said, a great decision was made to move the ballpark and build a brand new ballpark for sustainability for a long period of time. And I think this ballpark being built in downtown Omaha has helped develop downtown Omaha. The amount of hotels down here now, all the teams can stay down here, the restaurants, my friend that owns the bar that has the Jell-O shots, in a 2-week period, he can live the rest of the year in Mexico after what he sells off Jell-O shots, Kevin Colgett, who also went to my high school, he owns those bars there. And so, listen, it's this is different. This is better. I loved Rosenblatt. This is better. It's more people. The fact that a fan can walk all the way around 360 around the stadium and take in great college baseball and, everything that goes on with this ballpark. So it's at the right place. It's here to stay for a long, long time. And, I said this yesterday. Somebody asked me what part of what makes this championship great. And certainly it's the community of Omaha and everything that goes on with it. But, in college athletics, this is the only championship where there's a destination of a city, right? In the football championship, they don't call it up after practice and say, Phoenix one year and New Orleans the next or whatever it is. The fact that our championship is in the same location year after year and has been for over 50 years is really awesome because it's part of all these college baseball programs in the country building their year and their program about getting the opportunity to come to this great city.
Yeah, Brian, Evan started against North Carolina earlier in the year. It seemed like he turned the corner after that. What do you remember about that start, and why is he a good matchup against North Carolina?
Well, first of all, North Carolina's got a great club. We have a ton of respect for them. They're incredibly well coached and very talented. And Evan did have a nice start. I believe he went 6 innings and gave up a couple runs and pitched very, very well. It's not about necessarily whether he's the right matchup for them. Evan Blanco has earned the right to start tomorrow in this opening game for what he's done all year long. And as of late, the back part of the season, he's been incredibly consistent and went out there and given us 6 or 7 innings every time and given us a chance to win the ball game. And so you're going to go with your guy. He's our guy. He's earned it. And, that said, I know North Carolina will be prepared for him.
Brian, Eric Olson, AP. Same question I asked Griff, just about the experience. I did talk to Casey Salk, and he had said that last year maybe you guys were a little happy to be here, and this year might be different. I guess, how do you feel about your club and that experience that you have this year versus last?
Well, I feel great about this club. I felt great about the team last year, but the team last year, we had come here in 21, so 3 of the last 4 years, but the 23 team didn't have many members at all that were played for us in 21. So it was new, a lot of wide-eyed type guys, and this year's different. 6 of our players in our lineup were here last year and played in this event, and a number of pitchers, and I just felt like the mood amongst the team after we won the Super Regional, between that and our departure to Omaha, was different. Right. I did something on Monday every year, the day after we qualify for Omaha. I take the team through a process of what to expect. And I changed something this year. Is the first time out of 7 times that I've done it this way. I asked the players that played in the event last year, some of them, to stand up and speak to their teammates about their experience last year and what does it take to win in Omaha. Right. And because there's a lot that goes on. The families expect time out of them, the media, everything. And it was awesome to see O'Farrell and other guys step up and say, this is what I learned from last year, and this is what we need to do. Now, we'll see what the outcome is, right? We know the margins in Omaha for winning are very, very tight. And so you can be prepared, you can be ready to go, you can have a great game and lose in Omaha because of the talent is just at a crazy level, and it's just it's very, very small what separates teams on the field here.
Coach Chris Graham, Augusta Free Press. I noticed Jay walking around with a sleeve on his right knee.
Yeah.
Is that related to the incident last week where he maybe slipped off the mound or something like that? And what's his status for the weekend?
He's great. He's ready to roll. I talked to him today after he threw. He felt great. It was a result of that, and it's just a little precautionary. But he's ready to go in the World Series, and will be pitching for us. There's no issue from that standpoint.
In the back, we'll come here. The battery went out.
Chase Madison, 10-11 now in Lincoln. Just for the general fan, it's hard to miss the ribbons on y'all's hats honoring Matthew Buchanan's dad. Just how cool is it to be able to have something to resemble him? And I guess maybe talk a little bit about that journey through this season and that kind of impacting the team.
Yeah, so that's what the ribbon on our hat reflects. One of our players, Matt Buchanan, his father was diagnosed with cancer in mid-December. He was treated at the UVA hospital in Charlottesville, even though they weren't from there. And sadly, he passed away on opening day this year. And so we put these ribbons on our hat to stand in solidarity with Matt and his family. Certainly as a head coach for 21 years and a coach overall for over 30, I've dealt with this before, where you've had a young man in your program that a parent passes away while they're under your care. And so shortly after he passed in the funeral service, I actually called a coach from another school that we were scheduled to play a game and asked him if we could move it to the next day at a midweek game so we could bus our entire team down there to Southwest Virginia to support Matt and his family. And so, the team just made a decision that they were going to keep it on their hats all year. Matt's a incredibly unselfish team-first guy, and will do anything he can to help the team. And so it's the right thing to do to support him and his family.
Go right here, then we'll go right there.
Preston Will at thesaber.com. Coach, you talked earlier in the week about how much the pitching has grown as the season's gone on. Just what have you seen as the biggest difference as the year's gone on? And also, you mentioned Rocco's. Do you stop in while you're here?
Second question first. I do not stop into Rocco's while I'm here. It's not really a great restaurant, great atmosphere and everything like that. Not my style while I'm coaching here in Omaha. I have been in there to eat some food on a handful of times in my time that it existed. And, the pitching staff, listen, you all know that we lost a incredible amount of innings from last year. The 2023 Omaha team, I think something like 75% of it. So anytime that happens, you're concerned about it as a coach going into the season. Not that you don't have confidence in what you have, but they just haven't done it and had the experience. So I knew there were going to be some struggling moments. And I just kept telling everybody that you got to learn, adapt, get better, and it will get better. And was hoping that by the end of the year we could be pitching our best baseball. And I think you measure a pitching staff and a pitching coach for what do they end up becoming. And this pitching staff has peaked, right, and is peaking at the most important time of the year. Coach Dickinson has done a terrific job with this staff and got us to the point we're at right now.
Right there, then, Eric.
Peter Burnett from the Non-Pareil again. First question, just in reference to Griff's answer, what is that restaurant that you took him to that you used to work at? And then are there any other traditions that you take these teams to or that you do while you're here in Omaha?
Yeah, I'm sure we didn't take the team. I'm sure what Griff is referring to is for 2 years, the last year that I was in college and the year that I coached at Creighton, I bartended at Barrios. So I think that's what he's referencing, that some of the players, some of the families. Barrios, since our first trip in 2009, has wrapped their arms around our baseball program. They do special T-shirts and things like that. So myself and my two brothers, all three of us bartended at different times at Barrios. So I'm sure that's what he's speaking to. One of the traditions that we do is, last night we took the team to 801 Steakhouse. And so I'm always you land, and then the second night here, take them to a beautiful steak dinner. And 801 knocked it out of the ballpark, and so that's kind of a tradition. Outside of that, I got to tell you, for all the years that we've been here, a lot is made more early on in our first few trips, but a lot is made of the fact that I'm from here and played here at Creighton and all that. That's great. I'm incredibly proud of it, and every year it's a special opportunity for me and my family. That said, it's about these guys, right? It's their experience. It's not mine. I'm just a little bit a part of it, and so outside of that, there's not really many traditions we do, but we do talk about things, right? That from experience, what can we do? And they do, and what are things that I highly advise them not to do? Like, hey, let's not go check out the zoo with our family on Saturday in between your first two games. Let's hold off on that until we win a couple and catch our breath. And so those are the things and the wisdom that I impart on them.
Yeah, Eric Olson, AP. You kind of actually started to answer that maybe. I was going to follow up with what you had said. Griff had stood up and said some things about here's what you do and you don't do and so forth in Omaha. Yeah. Well, what were some of those things that he said or that any of the other veterans had said?
Yeah, a big one was that, all their families come to town, right? And to make sure that they communicate with their families that we are here to win a national championship. And you as a player do not need to worry about your families. They'll be fine. And that you have to find time to get centered and get in your routine, right? When they're playing at home or we're playing in the road, it's nothing like this during the season. And, there's times every day that they get to lay in their bed and look at YouTube or whatever it is they do, right, when we're playing at Florida State. In Omaha, because all their families are here and you have Fan Fest and everything, it's great, okay, but it's about winning. It's about being prepared. So that was the big message from Griff and a couple of the other guys. Little things like get your tickets in on time, right? Try to stay away from as much noise as possible because it's about playing great winning baseball on the field. So, a lot of little things like that, hey, sign all the autographs. Say hello to the little kid because I was that little kid. Henry Ford was that little kid in this stadium. And that's great. That's awesome. You're never too big for anybody. But that said, every day, find time that you can just sit there and get yourself ready to play.
Last two questions right here.
Yeah, 21 years in this job is a long time to be doing it. Longevity in college athletics is hard, and getting to Omaha 7 times is really hard. What keeps you going? What enables you to keep pushing forward so that each class has a shot at getting to Omaha?
Well, what gets me going is every year giving the players an opportunity to be in a position to have this experience, right? And I don't want to let them down. Okay, because they when they make a decision to come to our program, our history has shown that they have a really high percentage of chance to have this opportunity to be on a team to go to Omaha, and I'm proud as heck of that, right? So first and foremost, I don't want to let them down, right? And a lot has been made over the last couple of years in college athletics with regards to the transfer portal and NIL and all that kind of stuff, right? I love it. Okay, I do. It has rejuvenated me, right? Rather than it being stale and the same thing in college athletics all the time, I've embraced it. I think it's fantastic, right? There's some downsides to it. I get it, right? But as an elite level college baseball coach, if you don't embrace it and figure out within your program, what do we need to do in this kind of landscape to continue to compete at the highest level, guess what? You'll get passed by, right? So I don't spend any time complaining about it. I say, bring it on, okay? And let's figure out in today's landscape, what do we need to do to continue to provide these young men the opportunity that they signed up for?
Last question over here.
Jake McKeever, College Baseball Central. Coach, you mentioned Henry was a local kid.
Yeah.
What do you remember about him as a recruit? How have you seen him grow? And then what was the pitch to get him on campus?
Yeah, well, I started recruiting him when he was 9 years old. Y'all chuckle, okay? My son, Dylan, played Little League Baseball against Henry, right? So when I would go to McIntyre Little League and they have 2 fields, everybody would talk about Henry Ford. Like, greatest Little League player of all time in Charlottesville, okay? This kid was a right-handed hitter. I'm telling you, you think I'm nuts? Like, it was the buzz every summer. Look at this kid. He would playing a Little League game, he hit 3 home runs right-handed, and he would get bored and step up there and hit left-handed, okay? He actually caught, right? And so I heard the buzz about Henry Ford when the kid was like 9, 10, 11 years old, right? And so continued to follow him. We offered him an opportunity to commit to Virginia at a very, very young age. Great local family in Charlottesville, and he jumped on it right away. I think it was in 8th grade, right? He went away. He left Charlottesville. He went away to Tennessee to go to a boarding school his last 3 years to play in an elite high school baseball program, which was kind of cool for him to then be able to come back knowing he was playing his college baseball here. Great player, fantastic person, and his approach to things as a freshman is absolutely one of the best I've seen. He's hitting the 4-hole for us all year and has delivered, and just incredibly proud of him. I'm glad he's in our uniform.
Coach, thank you very much. Wish you the best of luck.
Thank you.
I'm not going to jump off this. No, I got you. Good job. This is a courtesy to fellow media members and coaches. Please silence your cell phones. We just provide your name and media affiliation each time you ask a question, and please no recording. The agenda will ask Coach for an opening statement, then we'll go with the student-athlete questions, and we'll dismiss them, and then we'll have Coach. With Haley and Kaylee on both sides, please wait till the mics get to you before you answer the questions. Ask the questions, please. How you doing?
Jeez. Break the, or the. How's it going on? Thank you. Huh? I know. Yeah, that'd have been fun. True. Last time I sat in here, we were talking about schemes, and Griff was like, I mean, he's the best pitcher ever. He's literally, yeah.
Last time I sat in here, we just lost this to them to lose our season.
You had to come in here?
Yeah. It was awful. I was sitting here like...
Yeah. Well, that was the last time I was in here, but it was just not to lose the season.
Yeah. Hello, Christian Moore. You got any questions? Shaking him a bit.
Come right here.
These are two people I want up here.
To talk? What about?
I started to. You know, you ever get caught like you say something, but like you didn't think about it first?
Like thinking before you speak?
Yeah. I do that all the time.
You speak before.
Especially when you have hot mics right now, too.
The mics are hot. I said you was a bunch of my answers earlier to that
That's fine. No,
question.
I kind of felt that when I heard that.
He said he loves playing.
Oh, thanks.
Love it.
I love that you're on my team too.
Did you do that?
I wouldn't want you to hit 30 homers for anybody else.
Did you do C challenge? Did you do C challenge?
No,
Yeah,
what's that?
people do C challenge. Bert did.
Wait, is that the one with upstairs?
No, they were hot.
Wait, what's the seat challenge?
The seeds.
Oh no, I didn't do that. No, I'm glad I didn't have to do that.
What's your spice tolerance? What's the highest you can take? That's my
Like like buffalo sauce. Yeah.
That's how I am, bro. I eat everything spicy, but I don't
Like
buffalo sauce.
buffalo from like Buffalo Wild Wings. Oh,
I can do that.
exactly.
I can't do that even if I try.
Food is supposed to be enjoyable. Not.
I want to eat things that I like.
Yeah.
I'm trying to burn my mouth out for no reason. That makes no sense.
How many more practices are there? We're the third one.
Nice.
I felt like we were like fourth or fifth. Are we going to the zoo? Yeah, we got
a lift today. Literally. Go. Trying to play left field. Sorry.
I'm out of here. All right.
Adios, amigo. Did I get some left field time?
Gentlemen, first and foremost, congratulations and welcome to Omaha. Coach, if you could give us a quick opening statement, then we'll go to the student athletes' questions and come back to you.
Yeah, just happy. I mean, seeing some of the local media, we did have a few fans. I'm not sure how they let people in the stadium, what the requirement is during BP, but we did have some Vol fans out there, our kids too. Just happy that people get to experience this. And the competition juices get flowing, you kind of forget about that. So at some point, you got to make sure that you enjoy it if you're a participant. But more than anything, I'm thankful and happy that all the folks that rally around our program, get to be here.
Great. Well, now open it for questions for the athletes. If you'd please raise your hand. And
Mark Garland, College Baseball Central. Drew and Hunter, you just got through the big first practice, right? You get out there, you get out to see the field. How are the conditions out there? And then how do you guys keep that sense of normalcy and just keep it baseball this week?
Yeah, I mean, I think conditions-wise for the field, I think it rained a little bit last night, so I think the grass was a little longer and dirt's a little mushy, but I think tomorrow it'll be fine. They'll probably cut the grass down a little bit, so it's not going to be as long, and hopefully it's not mud, but if it is, we'll figure a way out to deal with it.
Yeah, I mean, the both out there with bullpen today, so it was pretty sweet. Bullpens are always pristine here, so just excited to get out there and get to play.
Joe Menzer, SEC Network. I'm going to obviously want Tony to weigh on this as well later, but obviously you're aware of the history. It's incredibly hard to get here. It's incredibly even harder to win it, but how aware are you of the history? 1999 is a long time for someone to not be able to be a number one seed and not have won since then. I mean, does that just kind of illustrate how difficult it is, and how aware are you of that history?
I think it's just all numbers, to be honest. The game will play itself.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's definitely something you see floating around, the internet and stuff like that, Instagram, Twitter. It definitely, I mean, it's almost impossible to not see it. But at the end of the day, the better team that goes out on the field wins. And any day it can be whoever it is. The 1 seed could beat the number 8 seed, or, team that isn't ranked at all could beat the 1 seed. We've seen it happen many times, but only thing we can control is going out there and playing our game. And if we play our game, hopefully we come out with a win.
we have questions. Zoom, go ahead. Go ahead.
This question's for Drew and Hunter. Please chime in because you played in games here at this stage before as well. But how difficult is it to block out all the extra noise? There's a lot of fans. There's the fanfare. This is the greatest show on dirt. And you know, keep the main thing, which is go out there and play baseball.
I think it's almost cool how many fans are here. There's not many times in your life you get to play in front of 26,000 people. So it's almost, you know, to me, it almost doesn't make me more nervous or more, you know, amped up. It just is, it's a cool atmosphere. So you kind of embrace it and just really enjoy being in it, to me personally.
Yeah, I'd say the same thing. This is pretty much why everyone wants to come play here. You know, you're kind of the main event. You get in front of all the people, but come game time, you know, adrenaline gets going. You're pretty much just locked in on the game, and everything else is just outside noise.
Jake McKeever, College Baseball Central. Drew and Hunter, y'all were both here before. Is there anything that y'all are going to do differently this time that you didn't do last time?
Yeah, I think a good message to relay to the guys is trying to slow everything down. I know, sometimes you get out on the field and get under the lights, you want to go a little too fast or do too much. So, I don't know. I think my message to everyone would just be slow everything down and, focus on what's actually going on in the game rather than trying to have a huge moment.
Yeah, just piggyback off of that, especially for the pitching staff. Just, there's a lot of guys on this team who have been here before, so then relaying to the guys who haven't been here that is still 60 feet, 6 inches, and that, it's still throwing it over the plate, still doing the same thing we've been doing all year long, just a different venue.
Joe Menzer again. Could you guys just speak to how the SEC prepares you for, the big stages like this? I mean, the grind of the season and all that.
Yeah, well, I think the teams in our league are pretty similar to the ones we'll see here. Obviously, there's 4 on both sides, but I also think, just going on the road and getting to play in those big environments, especially Hoover, kind of reminds me of this place a little bit. So just being able to go on the road and getting in environments like this, which are pretty similar to this one, helps this group.
Yeah, the caliber of teams we play all year long are very similar, and some of the same teams that are here right now. So you go into every weekend knowing it's going to be a dogfight, so it's the same thing when you get here.
Any more questions for the student athletes? If not, gentlemen, good luck. Have a good time.
Thank you.
Good luck, Coach. I appreciate that.
Okay, we'll open questions for Coach. We're up here front. We'll go front here, then the back.
Coach Mark Garland from College Baseball Central. Does your sense of familiarity and the staff's sense of familiarity with this place help you guys in any way when you show up here and have a little bit of a game plan when you show up to Omaha?
I think so. All of us want to look at the itinerary and make it as productive for our guys as possible and try and put the guys in a position to succeed. But at some point, the umpire is going to yell out, play ball, and it's going to turn into warfare or whatever cliche you want to throw out there, and you're going to see nothing but good players. So it helps. There's teams that have come here their first time and done well. There's teams that have come here and, maybe had a less talented roster but done better because, that experience. So I think it helps, in a lot of different ways that are away from the field. But, again, once the game starts, you just got to play ball. And how much of a factor all those items have, like, I don't know which time you enjoy it more, your first or second, or now downtime, how it works out, how you're going to mix in family time and things like that. I don't know how much it benefits when the game or competition starts, but it certainly all, comes a little smoother, I think, as you experience it.
Coach, 6 top 100 prospects alone, a lot more talent on your team beyond that. With that much talent, it's not a given that you can make it work in one room, but you guys seem to have done that. Number 1 seed here at CWS. How have you been able to make that work so effectively this season with so many high-profile guys?
Well, I think some of those guys have put themselves into that position, whereas maybe they weren't there a year ago or earlier in the year. So it kind of starts with that when your best or most talented players are pushing themselves to get more physical or to get better mentality-wise or mature and elevate their status as an individual, the team gets better. But I can't, with this group in particular, I can't take any credit for like making the personalities work. I'm from St. Louis. Joe Torre goes from there to the Yankees, and it's a little better roster, and it really becomes about managing egos and when to tell Mariano Rivera to go in the game. With this, I can't even say I've done any of that. These guys took ownership of that locker room in August. The most or quickest I've ever seen a freshman class merge with the older guys. And then the older guys have been about as willing as any group I've been around for leadership. Tell me where you want me to play, when you want me to pitch, how you want me to do this, and I'll go do it. It's been a unique group, and it's made work fun.
Coach, could you just kind of weigh in on what I was talking about earlier about how difficult it obviously is to get here, and then obviously the 1999 thing is kind of ridiculous. It's
sure it's a number. It's first of all, it's difficult to get here, and once you're here, it's even more difficult to win. And part of that is the talent that's here. So the seeding to me kind of evaporates. It's valuable in the first round because if you line up those 4 teams, the 1 seed is normally going to get the team that maybe is not as potent as the others. But once you get here, there aren't really any underdogs or anything like that. I talk with Sully throughout the year, and they have a team like we had last year. There's plenty of talent, but they kind of had to go through, figure out what combination works and, overcome some things. And kudos to them for making it here. But all you got to do is stand next to Cags for 2 seconds, and there's no more underdogs. They had to go on the road again like we did last year. So anybody can beat anybody. Everybody knows that. And then you mentioned the numbers. Whether it's 1999 or just numbers game in general, it really is a numbers game. Now there's a championship series. There wasn't when I was younger. So really the only 4 teams that matter are us and the 3 that we're in that group with. So out of 4 teams, one of them's got to come out. So just like those other 3 teams, right now our guys are saying, well, why not us? 1 out of 4, regardless of who's ranked or slotted where. And then Hunter brought it up. He listed off, I think, a social media thing I've never even heard of, and I'm not on Twitter. I'll mess around with Instagram a little bit, but you said 1999. If you jump on the Google machine, you'll see that's right about when social media started, and then it picked up steam. So I don't think those 2 things are coincidence, and we've dealt with it this year. We knew some things were coming when the NCAA committee, not that there's any conspiracies or anything out there, but there was a couple things that were going to happen with that bracket. Everybody predicted that in January. And so our guys had to battle not only the teams that we were playing against, but some of those underlying storylines that were available in our regional and other spots like that. And how you confront those storylines and those labels that people give, whether it's your seed or this can happen or can't happen, that now is part of competition for young kids. Where they're ranked by perfect game in high school, it's part of competition. So our guys need to compete against the right things, and they need to choose what those right things are. And again, when we play Florida State, they're one of 4 teams, but they're the only one that matters on Friday, and they are very, very good.
Noah Darling, College Baseball Central. Tony, last year you kind of talked about the building blocks of your program and what that's looked like. What did you learn here last year? What are the biggest takeaways there? And what's kind of been the story of this team?
Sure. Last year was, we faced Skeens right out of the gate, and he's obviously outstanding. We competed the whole game, and fortunately at least get him out of the game. It was pretty late, though, and fought. And then the bounce back feeling was what I really liked. We played Stanford, incredibly talented, and yet you had a little extra determination in there from the loss. I don't think we were true to ourselves in that last game. Maybe we just got beat, but it was reminiscent of 21 when we got here. Our guys, and if you interview any of them, and there's very competitive guys in that 21 group, we just were not true to ourselves. So again, when we show up on Friday, we could either win or we could lose, but I would prefer when we get back on the bus to go back to the hotel, we won or lost as the 2024 Vols. And by now it's deep enough into the season, you guys can look from afar, or our fans can make comments, but we know what that looks like and feels like. So if I was looking for a Christmas present, I'm not a father, if I was looking for a Father's Day present, it would be just to be ourselves. And that ties into your other question of what's this team look like or been. And it's, again, I just got to fall in the team chemistry thing, and not up here with a bunch of Rudies or guys that played like I did skill-wise. There's plenty of skill in that locker room. But, again, just the vibe has been a good party during stretch. And then in pregame, guys are trying to get stuff done and they're communicating, but they're also having fun. And then during our games, there's been a good understanding of what a 9-inning game is. You don't want your guys getting too high or too low, or dog cussing somebody in the 3rd inning and you got 6 innings left, or you're down or you're up. It's been a mature group.
John Wilkerson, WNML, the sports animal. Coach, it's the first time that Tennessee's made back-to-back trips, and 3 in the last 4 years. And I'm curious, for the guys that were a part of the journey but didn't play in 21 or last year, what is it like to see so many of them have ownership in that Tennessee wouldn't have been here this year without them and big-time contributions as they progress.
It's huge, and if you've seen The Last Dance, you take motivation any way you can get it. And I think a lot of those guys were motivated just to get here and experience it, if they hadn't, to get here and maybe play a little bit more of a role, to get here and get action, or to get here and play better than they did in the past if they're in the other category. So, but it's really fun to see this lineage. At Missouri, if you count the years I was on the team trying to play and getting out there every now and then and coaching, it's longer than Tennessee. But now I've been here longer than the other two spots combined. So I'm not a big, my dad was at the same school for 48 years. So it's kind of nice to see that lineage that he had while he was there. And now we're kind of getting that with our deal. And it's paying dividends that some of the older players can coach the younger players, and there's a little bit of handing down the torch.
Coach Matt Towle reading from World Baseball Network. What does it mean to just see, 4-4 now, 4 SEC teams, 4 ACC teams that are last standing at the Schwab? How do you just feel about the team you guys have now built out, number one team in the nation, and just to see guys like Billy and Christian just blossom throughout the season and that could possibly play at the next level down the road?
Yeah, those guys have fed off each other, and it's been a unique environment. With guys like Billy and Blake and Simo at the very top of the order. Not only do they feed off each other competitively because they all want to kind of carry the same weight, but they cheer for each other, especially on the day that's not going well for them. Because if you look at our box scores, there's been a lot of days where maybe this guy didn't really contribute that much if you look at his at-bats statistically, but the others did. And then it might flip, or it might be the bottom of the order versus the top of the order, and then it's different the other day. So it's been pretty good to see guys not only compete internally and then also feed off each other's success, but also just cheer for each other. And I think overall it's good to be here as the program, who we are. There's been a lot that's kind of gone on through the season, and I accidentally went on a little bit of a rant, but we had to work to be in the spot that we're in, whether it's opinions by people or once you get to the point where someone is actually hoisting a trophy, opinions start to lose a lot of value because it was just done on the field. So I think there's still work to be done for all 8 teams that are here. I'm glad we're one of them. We get to do work on the field. But the thing that I really like is that a few more bus trips, a few more plane rides, or a few more days hanging out in the hotel. It's a fun group to do that with.
Right here.
Jake McKeever, College Baseball Central. Coach, you've had a few guys that have had tremendous years, Christian Moore, Blake Burke. How have you seen them grow throughout the season, and what kind of leadership roles have they taken on?
I think they've become more professional in their 3 years of how they've done things. And then also the theme, I would say, first year was learn from the older guys, big brother approach. Hey, we saw what you did in high school, but this is different, okay? So you got to get on board with what's going on here. And at times it was stern influence from the older guys. Other times it was arm around them, but they really helped. And those guys watched those older kids like Trey Lipscomb and like, that's kind of how you're supposed to do it. And they tried to copy it. And then the next year was, kind of like drinking from a fire hose. All those guys are gone. So you asked for it, you got it. And I think it was a lot at once to handle being out there every day, being the middle of the order, being the guys expected that others look to, you got to produce. And, like the example I talked about earlier, we kind of had to work through that a little bit. Because they had to work through that, I think they came out on the other side a lot better people, teammates, and players this year. And I think this year is a byproduct of everything they've worked for in high school and the couple years in our program. And that's kind of what you want. I mean, in recruiting, I try to limit it a little bit. We tell all these guys how great they are and how bad we want them, and every day is sunny on our campus and all that. But it's very, very challenging, especially in our day and age now, to be a freshman, and it's not always going to be easy. So what you want are players you can envision being your best players as juniors and leaders, and a big draft pick maybe if that's in the cards when they're juniors, when you're recruiting them. There's some time in between there that everybody needs to support them and help them, and if it goes well, they'll grow into what some of those guys have grown into, which is nice.
We got one caller on Zoom.
Eric Kane, VolQuest.com. Tony, with the scheduled off days, how does that change, if any, your approach to pitching in this regional type setup to begin?
I think it definitely can for certain teams. It's weird not being able to see you right now, but I think it definitely can if you're a different team. With our team, kind of what my mind's thinking, because I'm thinking of different scenarios, is we've kind of played Tetris all year long and just tried to make it work with who's available that given day, what maybe we think a matchup is, how a guy's throwing. So I think we're just going to kind of roll and stay true to our roots, roll with what we got, I should say, of we'll start with Stom, on Friday, and then we'll go from there with what we see fit. And we'll just treat the game that we're playing that particular day as if it's, almost kind of the only game we got.
We'll go with another caller on Zoom. Go ahead.
Coach Bob with theosceola.com. Thanks for your time. I'm curious about Jamie Arnold. You'll probably be facing him on Friday night, although he hasn't been announced. How have you scouted him, and what have you seen from him?
I don't know. You're kind of helping us out. We don't know who they're throwing. They've thrown out a few names at us. So we'll just kind of sit back and relax and wait. It's kind of picking up where we left off with our last game here. We went over to Creighton and just hit. So I guess that's part of the deal. When we do know who we're starting, we'll prepare as best we see fit. The DH spot is one spot that we've kind of altered some guys. Otherwise, we've almost kind of cemented and found our lineup, which is what you want to do towards the end of the year. But it could be a couple lefties with really good stuff. The one thing about Arnold, from having seen him, up in the Cape Cod, I watched a video because he played with one of our guys. He's very similar to a kid I coached named Rick Zagoni, real low slot and a really whippy arm. So I think when Florida State started their year the way they did, he had a lot to do with it. And when you have a great pitcher like a Skeens, it helps you on that game day, and then it helps on all the other days too, for very obvious reasons. So we'll be patient and see who we're facing, and then we'll prepare as best as we see fit.
Coach, thank you very much for your time. We wish you best of luck.
Thank you.
Remember, all the videos will be posted at press conference by Hammond at the NCAA Digital Media Hub at ncaa.veritone.com. And transcripts from the press conference will be on ASAP and be posted shortly soon, too, as well. Thank you, Coach. Are they? They're not the two players in here, are they?
They are.
Can we get them?
Is this legal up here? Yes, you're good. Dasani? Yeah, you're good. I know who the branding is. Don't want to piss off Aquafina. Okay, this is.
Coach and players, congratulations and welcome to Omaha. We're going to open up with Coach with an opening statement, then we'll go to questions for the players, and we'll release them and then come back to Coach. Coach, just give us a opening statement.
Proud of the team, proud of these two, proud of the program and what was accomplished this year. It was a difficult trek. The response from last year for this group to open the season and go a third of the season without losing a game, pretty remarkable. The schedule was difficult. The midweek stuff is such a challenge. You guys know what the league's about. They earned everything that they achieved. This is the pinnacle of the sport. You'll never see the sport played at the amateur level better than you're going to see it in this event. The age of the players, the physicality of the players, the ability for players like these two guys to find a home that suits what they're trying to do for their future, it's as good as you'll see. The hospitality in Omaha, absolutely love it. It's building like I've seen it 34 years ago, and I was out here 3 times as a player, and it just continues to grow, and it has grown from 2022 to today. And watching this thing build, the energy and excitement and the feel and the vibe of everything that surrounds this event puts it in the conversation with any other major sporting event you want to talk about. Augusta, the Final Four, Super Bowl, and just pick one. This matches it. This weekend is awesome, and it's because of the community. It's because of guys like these two that have elevated the sport. It's because of the coverage that you guys provide that has made this a global event, and the college game's never been in a better position. How's that?
It's great.
There you
go, Coach. Appreciate it. Now we'll open questions for the players. First one right here.
Mark Garland, College Baseball Central. Daniel and Alex, you guys just finished up your first practice on that field. Tell me a little bit about the field, how you guys felt going out there, and then also how you keep it baseball when you're here.
The field's in great condition. The grass is a little bit different than Florida grass, but it plays a little slower. Maybe they'll cut it tomorrow, but we'll see. It's been great. The field's pretty big, but nothing that we can't handle.
Like he said, the outfield's very different, like dimensions than our home park. Right field's a lot deeper. We don't have the high fence, so we'll just be able to adjust to it and play our best ball.
Sam McEwen from the Omaha World Herald. Hey guys, I'll ask this to both of the players. What maybe is the biggest difference or two differences between last year's team and this year's team in terms of the struggles you guys had last year and the success that you've had this year?
We weren't a part of last year's team, but hearing what went on last year, we definitely wanted to come in and make a difference and help this team win and build a winning culture again and get back on track and back to the promised land in Omaha, and that's exactly what we did.
Like he said, we were not here last year, but we know like our team, we're just one big family. That's all we are, one big family, and we just go out and we just play like we all are a family and just have fun while we're doing it.
Yep.
For the players, I think Kurt Weiler with the Osceola. I think I talked to Cam Leiter last summer pretty soon after he committed, and he pretty candidly said he wanted to come here to get Florida State to a College World Series. I guess, how much was that a selling point for you, and how quickly did you realize you thought this team could do that?
Yeah, I mean, I saw what Coach Jarrett was building over here at FSU, and I wanted to be a part of it. And he brought in some really great guys to get us back here, and he did a really great job helping blend this team together and help us create that team chemistry. And we created a really great family chemistry, like Alex said. And we built that winning culture back at FSU, and we're here to stay, and we're here to win.
Jake McKeever, College Baseball Central. Daniel and Alex, so we're the first of 8 teams to punch your ticket here. Was there kind of anything that you could scout on that y'all got to kind of sit back and go, okay, we can play these teams?
I think
We're a very confident bunch, and we know we can play with the best. Like, these are the 7 other best teams in the country, and we're here because we can compete with them. And we know that watching them, like when you watch other teams play, it's knowing like with our confidence we're here and we know we're capable of playing.
Yeah, like Alex said, we are a very confident bunch. We feel as if we carry ourselves and feel as if we're the best in the country, and we know that we can beat anyone if we play our brand of baseball.
Any other questions for the? We have. We'll go back. Elizabeth, go ahead.
Elizabeth Merrill, ESPN. For either one of you guys, what's it like playing for Coach Jarrett?
Coach Jarrett. Coach Jarrett's like Papa Bear, and we're just his younglings, and we follow his lead, and he does a really great job with really programming us and getting us all in line and just completing the task at hand each and every day, and going out and winning, going 1-0 each and every day, and keeping us where our feet are in the moment, and really just completing the task at hand. And it's been a really great job. He's an amazing leader, an amazing coach, and very thankful to have this opportunity and play for him.
I mean, he pretty much covered it. There's no other coach in the country that you want to go out to the field every day and you see him and it's like, all right, we're going to have a great practice. We know it's going to be structured well, and you just know what you're getting yourself into. And as infielders, there's no other coach in the country that I'd rather learn the defensive style from the infield than Coach Jarrett.
We have one question on Zoom for the players. Go ahead.
Danny first, please, and then Alex, if you could maybe follow up. Daniel, this is a program, obviously, that had such great success last year. It did not work out the way it had intended to. Did Coach Jarrett tell you that he thought he could get you guys back to Omaha this year? And what kind of role did you think you would have in maybe helping a team get to this level?
Omaha is always the end goal, but he kept us, him and all the other coaches kept us focused on just a one game at a time mentality and going to war each and every day. We get to step on the field and not really looking ahead, but looking at what is exactly in front of us with that day, and we get to play that game, and we win that game, and we go 1-0, and then the next day we go 1-0, and the next day we go 1-0, and those wins just keep piling up, and that's how we got here.
Yeah, I mean, he said it. You play every day just to win that game and that day. So that's pretty much, when you win one game every day, it's going to help you get here.
Gentlemen, thank you very much. Wish you the best of luck next game. Coach, you get to stay.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Thank you, guys.
Okay. And I'm not supposed to talk out too much, but when your dad's name's on the stadium, it's okay that Jan she's okay. We love you. We'll now open the questions for Coach. The first question, we'll go one here, there, and there.
Coach, Mark Garland, College Baseball Central. Does your personal experience being here as a player and a coach, does it kind of help you set up with your staff and your players and get them ready to be here for the whole week?
100%. How you feel as a player, I've got that. How you feel as a coach in it, I've got that. How you feel as a parent here, I actually have that too, like the 2021 deal. So yes, and I try to go into that reserve and pull out what information I think really helps them, helps the coaches, and actually helps the parents. Like, I wanted the parents to have the timeline of what we're doing, because you've waited your whole parental life to get to a moment where you can be here. So I want them to all learn from me, and I feel like my responsibility is to create the most seamless path for them to get to Friday when we start the actual game. So That's what I try to do. And I do. I look at it from every possible angle, and there's very few. I'm fortunate to have seen it from all of those angles.
Right here.
Sammy Kuhn from the Omaha World Herald. I think after the Super Regionals, you talked about there being 5 facets that you sort of build a program on. How did you see maybe your team grow over the last year in those areas, and how did the new additions help you guys get where you wanted to go?
Program development, big picture stuff, big picture facility, calendars, big stuff, alumni, that program, player development. What am I going to do with Cantu and Lodice every day that they're practicing and playing the game? Evaluation. Was Cantu the correct person when we evaluated him to bring into the program? Recruitment. How do you convince these 2 guys to come to your school? You can evaluate better than anybody in the history of the sport. If you can't convince the right people to come to Florida State, then it doesn't matter how well you evaluate. Then you have to manage the game. So what I've done today is really all of those. Program development is what I'm doing with you. Recruiting our staff all morning. You can like the transfer stuff or not. The fact that we're trying to make these decisions and you're talking to players and they're calling you and you're trying to figure out how did the visit go last week, that's happening right now. So all of this is in play to get to the game. So then when you think of, hey, you're a baseball coach, I think most people think of what happens from, what time's our game, 6:07? Look at the coach. Coach is coaching them up. They're playing baseball. So when you start in this industry, you really don't know that those 5 things are equally critical. If you're good at all 5, you have a chance to be in this room. If you're good at 4, it's up for grabs whether you'll make it. If you're good at 2 or 3, probably not here. So I try to dive in. I've been a lot of places. I try to dive in when you get somewhere. What do you have to attack and fix in each one of those areas to try to get it right? So those are the 5. And in this day and age, to add 26 players, I think we added. That was I saw a little graph today of the players, but the combination of some of the junior college players that are clearly older, these guys that are a little older and more experienced, to be able to throw that in the pot with the guys that were back with us that had some grooming from last year and galvanized a little bit. I mean, those are the 5 things all in play.
Ryan Shumpert, Rocky Top Insider. How does this Tennessee offense this season compare to the one you faced in 2022?
It's probably not far off, is it? It's not. Damaging, threatening, physical, intense, balanced. Just pick whatever you want, man. I mean, I know what we're walking into, and I know what we walked into in 2022. So, and I told the guys, and I'll tell them again, the game, once the game starts, it doesn't know. So our stats, their stats, the game doesn't know what's supposed to happen. You have to go manage and take charge of the game, and there'll be opportunities for that game to go one way or another. Either you're bringing your A stuff in the A moment or you're not. And the pendulum, it'll go one way or another. So I know how good they are. Like, they're unbelievable, unbelievably talented. And this is a little bit of Clash of the Titans. I think our team, emotional team, like this is an emotional group. And sometimes that emotion, we've seen it spill over a little bit where the guys hit a home run, the excitement, the punch out. What you're going to see, I don't think we've ever seen it before. And this Clash of the Titans, it's going to be exciting. Like people are looking forward to this. Our guys are looking forward to it. I know the Tennessee crowd is thrilled. I've seen how passionate they are. I think we have the best fans in the world, the pitch-by-pitch engagement. Man, this is top of the food chain stuff.
Right down here. Next 2 questions.
Jake McKeever, College Baseball Central. Coach, it's a little bit of a weird schedule where you get an off day after you pitch. How do you set up your staff going forward in this tournament?
Well, Arnold will go, and then you're going to use some relievers, you would think, at some point in this thing. Maybe not. Be great if we didn't. But then you get to rest. And so you can recalibrate guys that you may not be able to do so in back-to-back days of competition like this. So it's really neat. Again, I keep telling you this is the best you're going to see the game played ever at this level. It hasn't been played better than this. You're also going to see that continue because the dynamic relievers that throw some, but not too much, they're going to be right back out there. So it's neat. It's different. It's different. The number of guys that you use throughout the course of an ACC or an SEC weekend or a regional tournament or super regional, it may not get to that if things go really well for you. If your starter can get you some length and a reliever or two get you to the finish line, if you can repeat that script, it might even be the same couple relievers. Then how quickly can a starter within the realm of health and reality come back? All of those things are different here. So it's good, and it probably allows for even a better type of baseball.
Okay, question back there, and then we'll go right here.
Link, you talked about Jamie. He's been incredibly consistent this year, but it feels like a few of his best starts have been kind of against some of the better offenses you faced this season. I guess what about him does it seem like he rises to the occasion a lot? Just what have you seen his mentality on the mound evolve this year?
His mentality has matured. He's matured in day-to-day work, realizing the trajectory and the potential. We had a serious heart-to-heart. Chuck and I sat down with him about halfway through last year, and I wrote what I thought were the top left-handed arms looking forward to next year's draft. I just did it. I said, here we go. There's what we see right now, okay? You either want to be in that conversation, and I don't know what to tell you the other side of this board is. I didn't write anything on it because there's nothing to write. You're either going to go in this direction or you'll go just to try to make him understand how good he could be at this. And the day-to-day arm care, strength and conditioning, pitch shaping, flat ground work, PFP work. When you start, you have 6 other days to manage the rest of your craft. So I think just the maturity of ownership and all of that versus when you're excited to go out and throw and it's fun and it's Friday afternoon and here we go. There's more to it if you really want to be the best. So, and 18-year-olds kids don't really know all that yet. That's what they need us for, to push them. And you have the support with Phil, the trainer, Jamie, the strength coach. Micah does a great job pitching management, day-to-day stuff. So use those resources. But the individual still has to own it and attack it and do it every single day with some intent and some energy. And he's done it. So then when he walks out there, you're starting to see a more physical kid, a more confident kid, a more determined kid. Fastball, slider, the changeup's coming along. Like, when do you use that changeup? I don't know. It seems like the fastball plays so well. Are you doing somebody a favor when you flip a changeup in there? It's a tricky piece to try to inject in there. We talk about it, work on it. So there's still more, but, man, the growth and maturity and the outings have been really good. And the matchup, sometimes with him you think, wow, that's a tough matchup, and he absolutely carves. And then there's other times, hey, this looks like this could be a good matchup, and it's more of a dogfight from pitch one than you would think. So that's just part of it. But the maturity, the growth, the thoughtfulness of what he does, that's what stands out to me the most.
Okay, go down here.
Noah Darling, College Baseball Central. The college baseball and Florida State community lost Mike Martin earlier this year. How does his legacy and how is it personified on this team?
I can hear his voice, and it probably talks to me more than any other athletically minded voice could ever speak to me. Like, you hear a lot of people talk and you think about things, and I've had other great coaches around me in my time, but I played for him, and I can hear his voice talk to me as a player. I can hear his voice talk to me as a young coach when I coached with him for one season. I can hear his voice talking to his family. So I learned so many different things from what is just a remarkable human being. He was an amazing person in my life. He was like a second father figure to me. And the times on the field and learning and the foundation of how to play the game at the college level. The college game is different. It's not Major League Baseball. This is different. It's not high school baseball. That each one of those worlds has its own feel to it. And then there's recruiting and other things that go into it. But my foundation was laid in a lot of those areas by him, and I hear his voice. And I hear his voice in games of thinking through maneuvers and bullpen management and defensive things and offensive parts of the game. And then you have to evolve with your personality and style from your foundation. So you're building off of what you learn initially, and then I'm different than, there's only one of him. There's only one, and I'm very fortunate to have been around him a lot, and I got to spend some time with him in some days where the decline was rapid, and I'm very fortunate that I did that. I can hear his voice in every different walk of my being, and it's an important voice.
Jason Patterson, Island CWS. Coach, with 11 in mind and what you talked about earlier, all the different angles that you've had as a player, as a coach, and as a dad, what are the major insights you pull out? What do you communicate to the different teams you bring here, and how do you communicate it?
Well, when he talked about pitching, if you start with baseball, pitching, defense, and base running. And when you're playing, you're like, hey, man, I want to hit too. Like, we got to, but when you look at it now, he knew if you could pitch, play defense, and run the bases, you were going to be in every single game. Every single game. Offensively, to go further, you have to figure out a way against the type of arms that we're going to deal with here. You'll have to figure out a way to scratch and claw and score. But the fundamental of pitching, defense, and base running, I can hear him say, you talk about voice, like I can hear pitching, defense, and base running. That's what this is about. And I know why that was the case. So you can start with that. Now, I talk about 11 a lot, and part of the room that we have, which the tradition room, I have a TV that's dedicated solely to his story and his accolades and his life, and Carol's on there, and when you go in there and push play, it'll tell you the whole story. So it's that important to me and to that program that we have 1/4 of the space dedicated to him and what he did there. And that's going to stay right there. So everybody that walks in, you want to walk in and hear it, there it is. And it runs like it's running, like he's on there and his picture is there. Now I want to win it for him. Like, why as a player couldn't I get it done? It keeps me up. Like, what did I not do? What were we not doing that kept us from that? And part of the reason the 5 program pieces, I was so determined to figure out myself what I needed to do to get it done here. Did I ever think I'd be sitting here coaching it? No, you don't think that that's going to happen. You don't. But I owe it to the program, him, to figure out how to finish it. So that's the messaging. Our guys were thrilled. Like, we're sitting there in the room, and I told them, when we walk out of this room and you get on that plane, there's 400 people standing along sides of the bus. You're going to walk through that, and this will never be the same. Like, it's never. So when we get up and leave, like, you're going to feel differently the moment you open that locker room door and off you go, and here it starts. But in that corner, in the cabinet trophy case there's something missing. So I'm not happy to walk out through the people. That probably doesn't come off right. I'm happy to walk through to come where we are trying to take that bus and that plane, but I'm not happy with the result that I've had. So what do we do when we walk out of that room to enjoy those moments, but try to make sure that the result for us is just a little bit better and gets us that final trophy that is not sitting in that cabinet over there? So that's what all of that means to me and what I need to accomplish here to really feel like I've completed this.
Coach, thank you very much. We wish you best of luck, and we'll be talking to you soon.
Thank you.
Thank you. welcome. First and foremost, welcome to CWS and the Men's College World Series here in Omaha. This is the State of Baseball press conference. We're welcome to be joined by newly named Vice President of Championships, Anthony Holman, Chair of the Division I Men's Baseball, the Baseball Committee, the Athletic Director of Coastal Carolina, Matt Hogue. We also have Craig Kylitz of the American Baseball Coaches Association, and we have Jack Deasing Jr. From the local CWS. We're going to get an opening statement from each individual, and I'm going to start with Anthony Holman.
Thanks, JD, and appreciate you all being here. I didn't think this would be this well attended, and I'm pretty casually dressed, so don't tell my boss, but it's pretty hot out there. We're excited to be back here in Omaha for the College World Series. Just a couple of highlights that it's a state of baseball, right? So we'll talk a little bit about that. I just wanted to highlight how successful the season has been and the coverage, not only during our regionals and super regionals, where we've seen increased attendance and viewership across the board, but also during the regular season. You'll talk to these coaches that are here, as well as others that were members of the 64 field bracket that saw kind of, I don't want to call it resurgence, but a consistent theme around baseball and the coverage and the support that we're seeing at the collegiate level, and that's due to a number of reasons. It's due to the coaching that's taking place. It's due to the performance of the young people that are competing. They're just so doggone good right now in terms of their athletic ability, their strength, their speed, their power, all those things. And the games are just so great to watch and so competitive. And I think one of the concerns I had when I did assume this position a few years ago was were we losing kind of the next generation of fans, because baseball can be kind of a long, drawn-out game. And I think some of the rule adjustments that we've seen have helped with pace of play. Some of the game entertainment and engagement that we're seeing at on campus during the regular season, certainly what we're doing around the College World Series, helps to keep those folks engaged and entertained as well. So I'm here to say that the state of baseball is in good shape, and we're excited to be a part of that. So thank you.
Thank you, Anthony. Matt?
Yeah, thanks, JD, and thank you to everyone in this room. As Anthony said, our game is on an upward trajectory, and many of you are a part of that and have contributed to that with the way that you cover the game. There's so many outlets and pathways by which to keep up with college baseball now, and you're filling those tremendously. So we appreciate your attendance today and certainly the efforts. I'll echo Anthony. I think from our perspective, from the committee, the job gets tougher every year. So many quality teams, so many schools that are taking college baseball seriously and investing in their programs. It becomes a razor-thin margin to make those hard decisions, I think, every season. Excited to watch these 8 quality teams that have qualified. And I think my impressions is certainly going through the regionals and through the year, the state of the game is infectious. It's exciting right now. If you've watched these games, you've watched the impression on the faces of these players, the joy with which they're playing the game. There have been some incredible moments, walk-offs, great catches, and that's what we want to see with this tournament, and certainly with this pinnacle event, one of the elite sporting events in the world here in Omaha, is that type of joy that we're watching these guys play with. And, there's a lot of cynicism right now in college athletics about a lot of topics. We all slice and dice those every day. But I think when you really get to the root of it, the competitive drive, the joy, and the way these guys love playing the game is what really has struck me through the regionals, because you put all that stuff aside, you go on the field, you're still in between the lines with a ball and a glove, and it's been exciting to watch.
Thank you, Matt. Craig?
I'd like to echo what Matt and Anthony have said, that it's easy to look at our sport and what's happening in college athletics right now and take that easy role to say it's a wild, wild west, or things aren't going in the right direction, and some of the things may not be. But I have faith that we have some leadership right now that can get us in the right direction, and I think Charlie Baker and a Del Conte and certainly a Greg Sankey and a Jim Phillips, we're going to be able to get through this and come out better, I think, once we have some clarity with this House case. But the one thing I would like to just really reiterate is college baseball, in my opinion, has never been better with the attendance and certainly the TV viewership. But the play on the field is just absolutely incredible, and we'll see that again this week as we've seen in the regionals and super regionals. But we're going to take that next step, and we'll see how this plays out legislatively. You know, if it's more scholarships, if we have different avenues, more fall games, or so forth. But I think we're in a good position to take that next step and see what baseball can really become in college, as great as it is right now. So I'm excited about this week to showcase what baseball is all about.
Thank you, Craig.
So,
Giesing.
Thank you very much, JD. College World Series of Omaha Inc. is representing the business community, and the city of Omaha couldn't be more thrilled to be part of this event. So appreciate being up here with all the people that actually make baseball happen, or at least coordinate it throughout the country. I'm president, chairman of the board of College World Series of Omaha Inc., and joining me today is my daughter Lisa, who is on the board and on the executive committee and has been on the board for 10 years. We at College World Series of Omaha Inc., for a matter of information for everybody, we're a single-purpose local organizing committee, nonprofit organization consisting of 23 board members and 4.5 staff members. And our mission and vision, as you might imagine, as a single-purpose organization, is to be the facilitator of a local public-private partnership. So that includes working with the city, local business community, Mecca, Creighton University, and the other stakeholders here in Omaha that are part of the contract, and collaboratively with the NCAA and staging this very successful championship. 2025 will be the 75th playing of the College World Series here in Omaha. Some people thought it was going to be this year, but they forgot that we didn't play during 2020. So, we're looking forward to that. As I think you all know, it's been played on 2 fields since it's been here. We played at Rosenblatt for 60 years, and that's certainly stood the test of time and provided a great foundation for where we are today, which is in this state-of-the-art facility. And I'd just like to say that Omaha's relationship with college baseball and the NCAA and working together, the success we had at the putting on a successful College World Series and also building the stadium was the genesis of being able to sit down together and work out a very successful 25-year agreement with the NCAA to host this championship through 2036. So we've still got a few years to go. The first 10, 11, 12 years have been pretty good here, so we look forward to moving that forward. The plan is to have we'll call it a diamond celebration, because 75 is the diamond anniversary during this next year, and there'll be more coming out of that after we finish this year's College World Series, because we've got to get through this first, talking about the events and that we're going to use to celebrate what's going to happen leading up to the 75th. And the final thing I'd just like to say is we love the College World Series. We love working with the NCAA. We love working with college baseball. Together we've created a great championship, and we're always looking to make it better, and I think it is getting better. And I would just say to you that we're looking to continue this relationship long past 2036, but those discussions will be held at a later date. So we're looking forward to the future of college baseball.
Jack, thank you very much. Now we'll open questions. If you please raise your hand. We're going to go here first. Your name and affiliation, please.
Bo Carter with College Sports Weekly and also with the NCBWA. For Mr. Holman, talk a little bit about the addition of Greg Seitz, who's really been a veteran, worked many NCAA events, how he will help the committee next year.
Yeah, that's a great question. I'm sure you planted that. Where's Greg? So many folks, some people might know Greg's at Jacksonville and has been a veteran of NCAA committees for a number of years. He actually was the chair of our FCS, our Football Championship Series committee for a few years ago. He routinely volunteers and assists us at our men's basketball Final Four and other championships. His and his bowling team just won national championship. So Greg is well versed in kind of the operations of NCAA championships, understands kind of the processes that we follow, and more than anything, he as a sitting AD, he understands kind of what the experience needs to look like and feel like for our student athletes, and that perspective and assistance is really valuable for staff and our committees, and we welcome his appointment to the committee. Yep.
Noah Darling, College Baseball Central. Anthony, there's been a lot of discussion and almost controversy this year and the last few years about when you host a regional and then you have to be an away team on your home field. Are there future discussions regarding maybe modifying that rule or discussing it?
Yeah, your timing is great. We got to start. I think we got some spies in here because we were talking about this last night at dinner. Jay, our committee vice chair, who is on our committee, we talked about that last night, and I'm sure it'll be a part of the committee's discussion going forward. One of the things that I would share that's important to remember, and while our top 16 teams are typically afforded the opportunity to host, we have to draw a distinction between seeding and hosting, right? Because you play the season for the seed and you earn that. But it's not fair necessarily to assign someone to a host site that's not going to provide a great experience for anybody that's coming there. So while that's the process that we're going in, we're letting folks know on notice that you still have to have a quality facility. You have to have hotels that are in close proximity that we can have our teams play in. So all those things are important to do it. And does it make sense for, does that home seed or that home team having the additional advantage to reward them for their season make some sense? Potentially. So I think the committee will have some discussion about that, and you may see some movement on that going forward.
Okay, we're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4. Howard.
Welcome everybody back home to Omaha here. Glad to see everybody here, and we'll have a great time at all the competition. So this question would be for Anthony, Matt, and Craig. Matt, you had mentioned how difficult it is for the committee to seed and select 64 deserving teams with those razor-thin projections on some that didn't quite get in. And Craig had mentioned about that the game is growing and is becoming more popular. So my thought would be, and maybe some other people might share this and maybe for discussions, would there be a situation before the end of the decade where we would have an expansion of 64 to maybe 72, and the idea would be to create something like a mini Dayton does in basketball, or maybe there would be, let's say, 4 potential 3 seeds and 4 potential 4 seeds playing in order to get seeded into the tournament. Because some of these teams that are maybe on the bubble or quite knocking at the door maybe don't have the competitiveness as some of the big conferences, and with more teams coming to the big conferences, how deep will the committee go a year from now, and what's going to happen? So that's just a vision, a thought, is our discussion, and might that happen? Thank you.
Yeah, I think maybe they were listening in last night, Anthony. Howard, how many World Series have you covered now?
Well, broadcasting and covering over 25, 30.
Yeah, congratulations. I know this has been a passion for yours for many years. That's a topic that's right up there at the top of the list. I think we realize with the depth of teams now, the parity, the intersectional play that continues to increase each year. We had teams in this regional that went out early in the season and didn't play at home for 15, 20 games so that they could play the competition they felt they needed to strengthen their overall profile. And we are going to definitely look at that further as a committee. You don't want to just put a number out there that is ironclad. I think at this point there are some issues you've got to look at, the math of it. Baseball is unique in the fact that we play double elimination, which I think is something that's important and is the essence of how this sport has worked for many, many years. So my personal opinion is I'd like to see that be still a part of the structure. But yes, I think that's something that we hear a lot and is a topic that is being discussed significantly. What the format is, we're going to have to take some time to really look at that. But it is evolving, and I think we see every year there are deserving teams that could definitely make a run through the regional.
Teddy Cahill, Baseball America. I guess either Craig or Anthony. This year, every year, of course, there's hot tensions in the NCAA tournament. That's happened again this year. Where do you feel like the state of umpire-coach-player relationships are, and what steps do you feel like still need to be taken to improve those kinds of relationships and on-field communication and all the rest of that?
I'll let Craig start. I've been talking a lot.
You know, that's a tough question, and there's no easy answer for that. We do have our coaches umpires relationship committee, and we meet at the convention every year and talk through issues, how you communicate to one another, and it works both ways. You know, some of the things coaches say to the umpires should never be said, and probably not as much vice versa, but to understand where they're coming from. You know, the heat of competition, there's always going to be something like that, but you hate to see that, and I think you're probably referring to the Clemson game and how that went down. I don't know if there's an easy answer for that. I really don't have an answer for it, but we look at it every year and talk about how we treat one another, how we talk to one another, but when it's between players, I think it just happens occasionally, unfortunately.
I've got a comment to it. The number of officials, and I'm calling officials because I'm not talking, I know this is about baseball, but across the board, we are seeing drastic decreases in individuals that want to take up officiating as an avocation. The drastic differences from 20 years ago. The numbers are crisis level, candidly. And the number one reason we hear from officials that are leaving the game is because of treatment. Not just from coaches, but from fans and parents, and this is from youth on up. So this is our platform, so I'm going to say it. We got great coaches here, and their livelihoods depend on that. Heat of the battle, all those things are important. But one of the things that we are teaching and training as a part of officiating across all sports is conflict resolution, right? It's not just balls and strikes. It's not just the rules. It's about how do you interact? How do you talk to other people? I challenge my coaches and administrators and others to do the same thing. No one's perfect. No one's great. But the discourse has to get better. It's got to get better from both sides. And we should challenge and push all of our stakeholders to do that.
And I would just add, the data also suggests this year, as we look through the umpiring and going through that process for the regionals, the ejections and suspension number actually went down considerably from the year before, maybe almost by half. I think I know the exact percentage. Yeah. 47%. So there's some traction there that's taking place. Certainly that doesn't ameliorate maybe an incident that is seen by many, many eyes. But I think when you start looking at the data, what Anthony's talking about is working.
And the instant replay has helped out with that as well, knowing that they're going to get it right. So.
Hi there, Ellie Williamson with the Players Lounge. What do y'all see right now, just overall, with the biggest obstacle to growth in college athletics, in the sport? You talked a little bit about baseball growing. You spoke about the officiating problems. What's that biggest obstacle?
Who you direct that to Matt?
All of them. Whoever wants to jump on it.
Craig, lead us off.
As far as, I'm not sure I truly understand the question. Growth in what way?
What's the biggest obstacle right now that you would see to growth in college?
I mean,
athletics and baseball.
Yeah, instability right now and understanding where we're going. So, for example, talking with coaches right now, for 25, 26, they don't know how many scholarships they'll probably have, what their roster size is going to be. Do we have the 25% minimum scholarship allotment? Do we have maximum 27 student athletes on aid? And they're trying to sign really 2 or 3 classes out. And then you put that in with the Major League Draft, the transfer portal. So there's just instability. I think once we get through that and there we have clarity, I think we can build off of everything after that.
I don't know if it's a significant obstacle, but I think certainly there's still a desire to, make the game more known in regions maybe that are not as well represented. You've certainly got some coaches and some programs out there that they try to get past that trend. But everything that happens with this tournament tries to take the entire country into play. Even the selection of the umpires, we take a look at every conference, every region, that sort of thing. But the encouragement, I think Craig would agree with this, but the encouragement that some of those programs continue to invest in the game, support the game, grow it in those regions, particularly now that we're seeing virtually no geographic bounds for how conference realignment is set up.
Right here, and then back there.
Hey, Jack, John Huang, NOLA Media. You have all these traditional powerhouses come to Omaha on repeat visits. How important, how excited are you to see a program like Kentucky, first time in program history, to be here in the mix?
Well, thank you for the question. I'm glad to participate. I really, I think it's always great. I wouldn't call Kentucky an underdog, but it's always great to have a new face and a new team that hasn't been here before. But we support all the teams, and that's one of the things I think that makes Omaha so special over the years is we do our best to make every team feel like they're the home team. For the most part, depends upon who gets here. And but I think it's great. I mean, we have an event that's supported by, it's a family-friendly event because it's affordable for kids and everything, and seeing new teams here brings new people to the stadium and helps with a lot of things, attendance and growing the sport. And I think the other thing I would just say, we have 1,000 little league teams that come here, and so you get a new team like Kentucky that some of these kids might have a relationship with, and that gets them here too. So it just further, you talk about growing the sport, all that helps grow the sport.
Matt Towery from World Baseball Network. This question is going to be for Anthony and Craig. I wanted to ask around the relationship you guys have with USA Baseball and MLB, and just around the length of what MLB is doing with the Draft League, the Northwoods League. How do you just see those leagues in the summer be such a push for the development of guys coming into the fall, for all the respectable programs at the Power Fours come next year, mid-majors also, and USA Baseball building a lot of angles with having a friendship series between, top countries like Chinese Taipei and Japan down in Cary. What does that mean just to, see that and, have the top players play on the CNT USA team?
Well, I'll start first with USA Baseball. So our Division II championship is held in Cary at USA Baseball's headquarters there. So our relationship's really strong. We have representation on their board. Oftentimes I send Randy. I don't go, but Randy represents us. But two things specifically that we're doing with both USA Baseball and Major League Baseball. We've got DJ is here from our staff, but we've coordinated kind of annual meetings with those folks, and we're talking about a few different things: rules across the board, kind of development and play, officiating, some commonalities that we all see and utilize. Now, in terms of kind of international play in the friendlies, we don't get into that candidly. Craig may be able to speak to that a little bit more, some of the coaches that are involved. Ours is really around kind of common rules, development, officiating, and we've got some common space in there. And we also can announce, we also have some other things in the hopper with USA Baseball that I hope to be able to announce here, hopefully next year when they join us on the dais. But yeah, really close relationships, and I think that's only been strengthened in recent years by some of our staff members who have helped facilitate that.
Our relationship with the ABCA and our coaches really revolve closely with Major League Baseball, and as we've had more success putting guys in the major leagues faster, staying longer, making more money over their careers, I think that the relationship continues to get stronger. The reduction of the draft from 40 to 20, and then the 1 year when it went down to 5 during COVID, has really helped push more kids into college baseball. And then over the last couple of years, between Skeens, Langford from Florida, Neto from Campbell going right up to the major leagues with just a couple days in the minor leagues was just really, I think, a great testament to the level of baseball that we have in college and then the level of development with our coaches. We run our national convention every year around the country. We're in a different city each year, but we have 528 pro coaches that are part of our association that come to our convention yearly. And so that says a lot about what they think about our techniques, our clinics, our development of our coaches. And so I think we keep getting closer and closer as our coaches go from college to pros and pros back to college. So we keep getting closer. And I think, you know, myself and Rob Manfred and certainly USA Baseball, we're all in this together to grow the sport around the world and certainly in our country. So we feel really good about our relationships with both.
One quick last question right here.
Hi, Travis Brown at the Bryan College Station Eagle. For Anthony, Matt, or Craig, with the House settlement, the framework that's come out so far, I know there's still a lot of questions to be asked. How confident are you that the tournament can remain how it is under the new framework as it's been proposed? And then for Craig, is there a consensus among coaches about what they prefer for a salary, or a player cap, roster cap?
Start with you.
Well, there's certainly a consensus on that. They'd like more. You know, that 40 has been great for developing student athletes, giving students an opportunity to compete for their dream. Certainly, the transfer portal's changed that to build stability. There's so many factors with that. But our coaches would like 40, but they understand if that scholarship limit is determined by whatever that roster size is, they know there's pinches on campus. You know, as that comes forward and we're going to have revenue sharing, that there's going to be money taken out, we got to give on that. So our coaches are team players and understand it. But we do need to have a roster size that's conducive for great baseball, but also safety factors. You can't have 25, 30 kids on a team knowing that you have 3, 4, 5, 6 injuries at any one time, and it could be in your pitching staff, and all of a sudden you can't fill a rotation. So those are some things we'll have to work out, and I feel confident that we'll be able to state our case on what that number is. So, for example, most of the teams are playing between 28 and 32, but to get to that 28 and 32, you almost need 40 as you work backwards with injuries and, you know, there's academic issues or problems at home to try to figure out what that number is to put together a legitimate baseball team. So we'll work closely with our athletic directors to make sure that we have something that works for both sides.
Yeah, I think it's still evolving. It will be interesting to see. And great question, by the way, how it all sorts out. But ultimately, I think it's going to have a positive effect on the game. Those who are fully involved in college baseball, I wouldn't expect are going to stop being fully involved. It's just maybe the parameters change as to what that means. But if you think about it, it's going to increase potentially the amount of financial aid that is going to be available if we do see a system that is ratified such as that. So that's more opportunities. For college baseball, as we all know, has been plagued by that 11.7 number. We've heard about that for so many years. And that creates a very tricky puzzle for athletes, for families, for the institution, and how do they make all of it work. So I think we'll see a positive outcome from that standpoint. Anytime you have this type of change, there could be some mixed bag with that. We certainly hope that those that have programs and are invested in their programs will continue to do that, but I think they will. I think, as Craig says, the mosaic's going to change maybe within that institution or that campus, but as we're seeing today and with this event, this sport is right up there at the top of interest and commitment for institutions as high as any sport out there.
Gentlemen, thank you very much. Due to time constraints, we need to get Kentucky in here. So thank you very much for your guys' time. And if you do have any interviews, you can talk to Jeff Williams or John from ABCA or to talk to somebody else later while they're here.
It's great to see you. I'm glad things are going.
Thank you all for being here. Thank you.
How long are you going to be here? Just this weekend?
I will leave on Tuesday.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We should get a photo.
Great job.
You're good. You're all good. All good.
Oh, he was just telling us this week.
See you, Dave. Sorry about the. We appreciate the transition. Yeah, you guys are great with the Dasani water. It's great. We're going to ask Coach for a opening statement. Then we'll open up questions for the student athletes first, and then we'll dismiss the student athletes, and then we'll have Coach. And I think someone's maybe looking for your attention. He's good. Okay. Coach, can you just give us an opening? First and foremost, congratulations and welcome to Omaha. Can you please give us an opening statement?
Well, thank you. This is the place we want to be. And every year, this is the goal, to make it here and then to win a national championship. So we're a handful away, wins away from that. We're excited. We're thankful. And we're a team that has really earned this and done something that no Kentucky team's ever done. And just thankful for these group of men, these two guys to my left, our fan base, and everybody else. We're just super excited to be here.
Thank you, Coach. We'll open it for questions. If you please raise your hand and say your name and affiliation.
Hey, Mitchell. Hey, Johnny. John Huang, NOLA Media. Last time we spoke to you guys, you were still riding high from the super regional win. Now that you're actually on site, what is your mindset? Have you calmed down a little bit, or are you more excited than ever?
You go take it. Okay. Yeah, I would say I think we're all just ready to get playing. I think it definitely, this first practice knocked the jitters off for a lot of people. I think everybody's just excited to get on the field, feel the dirt, see the scenery around. And so everybody's just ready to go, I would say, is a great word great phrase to describe it. So.
Yeah, I mean, our whole entire staff and our whole entire players were super excited to come here. It felt like a dream come true to all of us, and having this first practice has been just a real moment for all of us. We worked so hard to get to this position, and we're just ready to go out there, compete, and hopefully bring home a national championship.
Questions right down here.
Jake McKeever, College Baseball Central. Mitchell, you've been here before. You're one of the few people on this team. What are you instilling to the younger guys, and how is it different this time?
Yeah, I would definitely. Coach Minge actually, after we won the Super, just brought everybody together, and we just talked about, what to expect and a lot of moments that we're grateful for this season. And one of the things I kind of just told a lot of the younger guys is to, appreciate this, because for a lot of them it's, their first college season, and, my first time here I was a freshman as well, and I really didn't appreciate, how hard it is to get here. And, it took not going, and for me to really be like, wow, this is special. And that's just what I've, tried to tell them, is just appreciate the moment, take everything in, and don't take it for granted.
Joe Menzer with ESPN, SEC Network. Are you go through the SEC grind, because you talk a little bit about how that prepares you, but then also you get here, are you happy to see 3 SEC teams in your side of the bracket, or a little bit disappointed that you have to continue that same grind?
No, we're not disappointed at all. We're just happy to be here. We are going to stay with us. We're going to play our game, and we're going to go out there and compete how we know how to compete. So whoever's on the other side, it's all right. We're just ready to get out there on the field come Saturday and start playing.
Could you speak to how it prepares you playing in the SEC for being on the stage?
I mean, the SEC is the best conference in Division I baseball. So going throughout that conference and competing against these other teams that we're going to play that's in our side of the bracket has really helped us. We've competed against, I think, 2 of them that are in our bracket, maybe 1 of them. I don't really remember the bracket because I'm just taking all this in right now. So I know there's one of the teams that we've already played. Being able to play them again maybe is just going to help us because we know the ins and outs, and we're also just going to play our game.
Sure. I would say, in the SEC, it feels like almost every game is a playoff atmosphere, playoff mentality going into it. Every game's a grind, and so I don't think we're expecting anything less than that, in this journey throughout playoffs and now into Omaha. So we know that every team here is good. They're going to give us their A game, and we're prepared for that, and we're excited.
Questions, Ray? We'll go here and back there.
Noah Darling, College Baseball Central. Mitchell, I remember talking to you when you were at Texas before you made it here, and there was confidence among that ball club that you guys would make it to Omaha. Has there been a similar confidence on this team?
Oh yeah, I think I told Coach, the day I got here, when I looked around the locker room and saw the pieces that we had, I was confident that this was an Omaha caliber team, and the whole team is just a bunch of winners, just a bunch of competitors, guys who do whatever it takes to win, and that's really been our identity all year, is just doing whatever it takes to win and being on the attack. So I wasn't surprised when when we won the Super, and now that we're here, and I know that these guys aren't satisfied. So.
Mitchell, what's your impression of the playing field? The dimensions are pretty similar to Kentucky Proud Park. The turf is obviously a little bit different. Do you think that plays into an advantage, disadvantage for your team?
No, we play on a lot of natural surfaces all year long in the SEC. So bouncing back and forth, it's obviously different, but it's something that we prepare for. Coach Minge and the rest of the coaching staff prepares us for. So, like you said, KPP plays big too, and so that's just kind of we know how to do what we need to do as an offense to adjust for that. So,
any more questions for the players? One more, then Coach has got something you'd like to say.
Yeah, this is for both Mitchell and Johnny. Coach Minge talked about that specific time during the year when he went to third base, and he said a switch was flipped. From a player's perspective, did you all feel that? How much change in mood and momentum did you feel when that change was made?
I actually made the change in 22, so I actually started this year at third. So,
yeah. So he's been at third the whole time I've been here. So, but just his energy that he brings, just doing, like we said, we don't move. He does whatever we ask. Whatever he asks of us, he is for sure doing the same. So you won't see him moving on a foul ball coming towards him, and we appreciate that because we know that he's in the fight with us. So,
if I could just share a couple things about these guys, this is what's so amazing about college baseball now. When you think about Johnny Hummel, a little over a year ago, he was at a Division II school, closing out baseball games, and enters his name into the transfer portal. And we ended up watching his video and seeing him and liking him. And I remember Jake Scott seeing him and talking to Will and us starting to recruit him and think about, wow, he was at a Division II school. And I remember watching him and looking in the stands, and with all due respect, it was sometimes I think I could count 7 to 8 people. And then I remember earlier in the year, we went to Ole Miss, and Johnny closed out the game. And after the game, his eyeballs are like popping out of his head, and he's just like, "Go, my great job, Johnny." He's like, "Thanks, Coach." He's like, and his mouth was like, do you remember this?
I remember that.
He was like, "Coach, my mouth is so dry." That was awesome. That was awesome. And he closed out the game. So to your point earlier about the SEC preparing us for this, it's pretty amazing to think about a guy that believed in himself so much that he would come to Kentucky. And when the game and our season and everything was on the line to have our first trip, Johnny Hummel was the guy who came in and threw 3 straight strikes when we needed it the most. And then you think about Mitch's journey. Mitch came from a Power 5 school in Texas and might be the biggest winner in all of college baseball. In his 4 years of college baseball, he's been to 2 trips to Omaha and 2 super regionals. So all 4 years, that guy has played and helped lead a team to a super regional. Might be the biggest winner of all of college baseball. So when you think about the landscape of college baseball now, where we have an opportunity to connect 2 guys to share an experience and to do something that's never been done in Kentucky baseball history, is kind of cool. And it's kind of neat to think that they can come from totally different parts of our country, totally different paths and stories. And this team is filled with people like Johnny Hummel and Mitch Daly, who are just amazing people, just true winners, and will do whatever it takes to help Kentucky win. And these guys have played major roles, and it's just kind of neat to know their story. And I often said, maybe when this season's over, what was it, the Paul Harvey, the deal, the rest of the story? There's a lot of rest of the stories about this Kentucky team, and these are two of the very special ones that we have.
Gentlemen, thank you. Coach, you get to stay. But, gentlemen, best of luck, and we look forward to watching you play. Well, we'll open for questions for Coach. The first question will be down here. We got 1, 2, and 3 back there.
Mark Garland, College Baseball Central. Coach, first trip here to Omaha as a coach, first trip for Kentucky. Were there some coaches and mentors that you reached out to just talk a little bit about this trip and making this trip a little bit easier for you and your staff and the players?
You know, in 2013, had the opportunity to come here with Mississippi State, and having played for the national championship and making it to the final series where there was 2 teams, it was like, wow. And, you know, prior, I've reached out to a couple friends and people that have been here more recently, because that was, if my math's right, what was that, 11 years ago? That was before this little dude was even born, and life has changed since then. But I just remember coming here and just thinking about there's a lot of things going on, and rightfully so. I mean, this is the mecca of college baseball. And I just remember even reflecting and talking to some folks that have been here since then, just about how to try to stay focused on the task at hand. And there's a very similar message to our team, is you'll be pulled in a lot of directions, but we have to keep the main thing the main thing. And this team's done a great job of that all year. But to be able to stay focused on the task at hand, and that's to try to bring Kentucky its first ever college baseball national championship.
Right here.
Hi, Travis Brown with the Bryan College Station Eagle. Coach, what stands out to you? What do you remember the most about Robert Hogan's recruitment and how he's developed this year? And then what experience and leadership has he been able to bring with that deep run he had here in 2022?
The thing I remember about Robert Hogan is watching him on Synergy, and early in the year watching and seeing a player with tremendous energy and excitement and confidence. And then when you fast forward to some of his outings after, it didn't look like the same guy. And I remember looking at him and watching him on video and noticing that he had 2 bracelets on his glove hand. And I remember asking him, like, during the recruiting process, like, Hoagie, like, what are your bracelets? And he said, well, there's a guy at Texas A&M, a really great guy who had autism, and one of them is for him, and another one is a bracelet about my faith. And I said, really? And I said, the bracelet about autism, was it somebody that wore glasses? And he's like, yeah. I said, was his name Zach? And he goes, Coach, I think it might be. And I pulled up a slide in my PowerPoint. And I said, is it this guy? And he's like, yes, that's Zach. Well, we had met Zach in 2018 when we were at the Minute Maid Classic. And he became a dear friend of mine in our program. So we immediately connected on that. And then we connected on the faith piece. And I just remember talking to him and just mentoring him that night about how his identity is not wrapped up in this sport, and it cannot be, no matter what. Like, you are Robert Hogan, who happens to play baseball. You're not Robert Hogan, a baseball player. And we just connected. And believe it or not, by the time we hung up in that conversation, it was very shortly after he became a Wildcat. And I feel like with all my heart, this is exactly where God wanted Hoagie. And to watch his development, just from the time he first got here to somebody that was lost, still trying to find his way and lacking confidence, to a guy that is now standing on the mound who acts like he owns the place and can pitch and get outs in the biggest moment, is really what's cool about coaching. And as important as this is, and the trophy and everything else, I really believe that Kentucky has changed his life, and that weighs and means more to me than maybe anything. Yeah.
Coach Matt Towery from World Baseball Network. I'm also a native of Westchester County, White Plains, New York. So Westchester in the house, 914. What's it like to see guys like Ryan, Robert, just like be commanded of the pitching staff, let alone of filling you guys into the rotation or just frontlining certain innings for your relief pitchers, and let alone on the offensive side, guys like Nick, Ryan, Mitch. How do you just feel those type of players can just get an offense going when either, some innings of mishaps happen, or what other chemistry those guys feel throughout the clubhouse?
Well, I can tell you, I want to give Nick Amorati, one of our assistants, a lot of credit for the job that he's done for our team offensively, and Austin Cousineau, who is his first year on our staff. He's one of our greatest players of all time. And those players you just mentioned are really good players. And the thing about them is they can help us beat teams in a lot of different ways. So some of the guys you mentioned, they're able to steal a base. If the pitcher's not where he needs to be with his break time and the catcher's arm is not where it's supposed to be, then we have the ability to steal a base. Those guys have the ability to hit the ball out of the yard. They have the ability to go first to third. They have the ability to score from first on a double. They have the ability to lay down a bunt. So we're at our best when we do what the game demands at that time. And those guys you just mentioned, they're fully capable of doing a lot of those different things. It'd be much like a basketball player who is multidimensional, much like a football player who can really make a lot of things happen, and he's not one-dimensional. And a lot of the guys you mentioned, they can certainly do that.
Jake McKeever, College Baseball Central. Coach, this is for your assistant over here. What's been your favorite moment of the season?
I'd probably say just watching them celebrate after a win. It's just kind of fun just to watch what they do. Like, just go crazy and have all the emotions that they need to have.
What's your favorite celebration?
Either a dog pile or when they run around the field.
Hey, Nick, John Huang,
Hey,
NOLA
John.
Media. Congratulations on your second Coach of the Year honor. You've got two of them now, bookending your head coaching career. I kind of sense the second one means a little bit more to you. If that's true, can you explain to us why it may?
John, thank you for being here, by the way. I was naive. My first year, when SEC Coach of the Year, National Coach of the Year, and I'd be lying if I wasn't like, man, that was a little easier than I thought. And boy, was I wrong. And, and I hope you appreciate my transparency, because this game and life will humble you in a second, as you know. So the thing I've learned about these awards they really are team awards. And I congratulated our staff, because that is an award you legitimately could not do by yourself. All the time and effort that we're spending preparing for our next game and our opponents, and all the time and effort on the phone recruiting and evaluating and doing all these things, it really is a team award. And really the thing that it means to me is I have surrounded myself with amazing people. I really have. Like, you do not win this award unless you are just covered and surrounded by amazing people. And it starts with my wife and my son, and it goes all the way down to our coaches and our assistant coaches, our strength coaches, our athletic trainers, our student managers, our athletic director, our administration, our fans. Like, you cannot do that. There is no way that you can ever win one of those awards without having yourself being surrounded with amazing people. And I've done a lot of things wrong as a head coach, and I make mistakes, and I'm sure I'll make a mistake in this College World Series, but I have absolutely hit a grand slam or threw a perfect game or whatever you want to say with the people I've surrounded myself with.
Any other questions for Coach?
Thank you all for being here. I do want to say this. If you can put this out, this would mean a lot to me. If the people of Omaha are looking for a team to root for, this is your team. This is your team. We are the first timers. We want to have a great experience. We want to be lifted up. I've seen this city and I've seen the people of this place lift up opposing teams. I've watched this thing over and over. And if they're looking for a team that competes at the highest level and has an amazing time doing it, we would love for you to jump on board. There are so many seats on the Kentucky bandwagon. We have Eli Small who is from Elkhorn. I mean, he's a Nebraska guy who just loves this place. We've been talking about bringing him home all year. So if you can hear my voice and you can see this video, whatever, and you're like, I wonder who I'm going to root for, let it be the Cats. Thank you. Go Cats.
Thank you, Coach. Best of luck.
Thank you very much. Good job on your pants. Great job, bud.
Hi, Coach. How you doing? It's okay. You're great. Thank you for your time. First and foremost, congratulations and welcome to Omaha. We're going to open up a question. We'll ask Coach for an opening statement, then we'll ask the student athletes questions, and then we'll dismiss them before we'll go back to questions for Coach. So, Coach, can you please give us an opening statement?
Yeah, it's the third time I've been here, but every time is equally special. It's not like the first time I came here in 21. It's just they're all the same. Herb Stendek was a friend of mine that coached basketball at NC State, and he always says, Elliot, you're overselling things. You tell people it's the greatest movie you've ever seen, best restaurant I've ever been to, and then they go there, they go, the expectation's not there. And that's good advice, but I told our players, and I've told them all year, it's the carrot I hang out there, that Omaha is the greatest thing you'll ever do in your life. I think even if you go to if you go to the World Series, I think Trey Turner told me one time this might have been just as fun as the World Series he played in with the Nationals. But so I've sold this place like you wouldn't believe, but I think Omaha, Nebraska is the one place you can oversell and you still undersell it. And I've asked our players, what do you think? They say, Coach, it's better than you said. So it's just a tribute to this city, this organization that runs this place, how nice everybody that you run into are from everywhere you go. And it's just, I can't tell you how special it is. And to see these guys here means the absolute world to me.
Thank you, Coach. We'll open now for questions for the student athletes. First question right here.
Hey, Sam. Eric Olson with the Associated Press. Started to ask you this outdoors. Just take me through your memories of that last game that you played here in Omaha in 2021 as far as, the Iron 13 players for NC State and how you played Vanderbilt real close and you played a key role in that.
Yeah, it was a roller coaster of a day. So many good and bad memories from that 24-hour period. And, obviously, means a lot to be a part of something that was that special and, etched in Wolfpack history. But I also, every time I think about that 13, I think about the 14 guys that couldn't be out there that day. And so, it was great, but, I'm just excited to be back.
Questions right here?
Hey, Sam. Hey, Alec. John Huang, NOLA Media. You get to this big stage and everybody talks about all the distractions that are out there. What has been the most difficult challenge for you in limiting those off-the-field distractions, and how have you managed to do that?
Yeah, it's a good point. When you get here, it's just it's kind of overwhelming. Similar to how it felt a couple of years ago. You're just so overwhelmed. So excited to be here, and we got a couple days before we play, but there's all sorts of things going on every single day, and so you just got to do your best to focus for that 50-minute period we have out there. Really focus, get your throwing in, get your swings in, and just keep your mind on baseball.
I would say, going off what Sam said, you got to soak it in and enjoy it. We've earned it. There's a lot of fans out there that want our attention, so we give them our time. But when it's time to go, I think we're going to spread the word around, especially to the younger guys. Let's go do business.
Sam, Eric again with the AP. I just wanted to follow up. Did you ever think you'd get back here after what happened in 21? Is it surreal to be back here?
Yeah, it's so incredibly hard to get here. And, we found that out the past couple of years. It's so incredibly hard. Everybody you have to beat to get here is such a good team. And so the goal was always to be back. And I knew it wasn't going to be easy, but I definitely thought every year, we had a shot. And that's all you need is find a way to the postseason, and then you're 5 or 6 wins away.
Alec, to that point, I mean, you guys have come from a very tough conference, fought it out, and especially playing some really good ball, really good complementary ball the last couple of weeks. What has it been like in the lineup when you got a guy like Sam on that bump, or just a talented bullpen? What's it like batting and still giving your team a chance to pull out wins?
I think the biggest thing that gives us is just the confidence, especially as an offense. I think 1 through 9, too, everyone can do damage, especially when there's 2 outs. I feel like we're so confident even with 2 outs in the inning, it's not over.
Kentucky plays a very aggressive style of baseball. Their whole goal is to try to put pressure on you and make you make mistakes. Is there any way that you're specifically preparing for that? How do you kind of program your mindset to be able to deal with that pressure?
Yeah, I mean, they're a very talented team, very athletic, a ton of good players, ton of good pitchers, and you just have to play fundamental baseball. Like, if they're going to try and give you outs, then you have to be able to take them and not compound mistakes, because that's what those offenses live on. And so we just have to do our best to make the fundamental plays.
Yeah, I would say, going off that, I mean, we can't really try to do too much, make the routine plays and just go out there and play the game.
Any other questions for the student athletes? Over here.
Brady Oldman's helping out Raleigh News Observer. I know we're working on a story about just there's so much that you can control, and uniforms being one of them, and there's always some good superstitions and things that go into it at a place that, Sam, you've got history on. Alec, you're here for the first time. What goes into picking out what you wear, and any special thoughts that go into it?
I don't know. We have a lineup of uniforms. Sometimes coach asks me. Sometimes he asks the other guys. Sometimes if he has something he wants to wear, then he might say, "Let's wear this." I don't know what we're wearing game 1, but
Whatever you want.
Yeah, I don't know. Last time I think we wore black and pinstripes. I don't know if we brought the pinstripes this year, but yeah, we won in the black on last weekend, so who knows? Maybe.
I'd say it really doesn't matter to me. I'm just here to play some ball.
Any other questions? Gentlemen, you can be excused. Best of luck and enjoy your time.
Thank you. Sally, go ahead and take them back, and I'll. If it ain't, take them back, and I'll walk back. Just give me. You got my wallet. Give me my wallet so I can get a key to the room. I'll walk back. Make sure they get back, and I'll walk back. It'll do me good. Thank you very much.
We'll get you back, Coach.
I can walk.
I know you can.
You know your way?
No, I'm the worst direction person in the world, but I ask people. I don't. They said my assistant says just GPS. I just stop and ask people.
How close is the hotel? Is it
Can't be that far. Walk will do me good.
We'll open it for questions. First question for Coach. Back to you.
Jason Patterson, Island CWS. Coach, you talk about your own journey walking, but how about the journey here? How far back does the dream go for you? You talked about how great this place is. How far back does the dream go, and what discoveries along the way would you attribute to leading a team here?
That's a good question, and I think I got a decent answer for it because it's a little long-winded, but this is exactly what you asked. When I was at New Mexico State, I had no money personally. I think my first salary was $6,000. Next year I made $11,000. Next year $15,000. My boss kept telling me what a big increase he was giving me, and I was still below the poverty line. So the Yes Clinic, I don't know if it's still here, but they had a Yes Clinic back then, and they paid me money to come out there and work it, but I couldn't afford to rent a car. So Joe Arnold from Florida, Eddie Cartieri from South Florida, they drove me everywhere they went. But they said, now, we know you're just a baseball rat. We're not going to every game. We're going to go to some horse races too, so we'll take you wherever you go. But I did that. So I did that Yes Clinic out here, and I fell in love with this place. But I swore I'd never come back ever unless I brought a team with me. And I've stuck to that promise. And it's just, every team is so different. It never, like I said, it's never changed. The first time I got here, I remember special moments. Like I remember that they have a Little League team, like a World Series going on too. I remember outside my window, I saw 2 of our players playing wiffle ball with one of the Little League teams. I thought it was one of the coolest moments I've ever seen, and there's just so much here to embrace and enjoy. But so coming here every time is the same. It's just magical. And like it's if you wake up for Christmas when you're 8 years old and you wake up for Christmas 10 years old or 12 years old, and the presents under the tree and the anxiousness of Santa Claus coming and all that kind of stuff, that's what this is to me. No matter your age, no matter how many times you've been here, this is the most magical place for a baseball player I think that can ever be.
Yeah, Kevin Brockway, Angel said, a question was asked earlier about Kentucky's aggressive style. How equipped do you guys feel like you are to handle it in terms of holding runners on, the catching game and stuff, because they're probably going to run a lot?
Yeah, you can't prepare. As I was listening to Sam and Alec answer those questions, if you got to prepare for what a team does right now, you're not going to be ready. You prepare for that in the fall and January, February, and all year long. So if you're not prepared for the style of baseball that Kentucky plays now, you're not going to get prepared this week. So I think we catch the baseball. I think we're pretty good defensively. I think we hold runners pretty good. I think we got some experience. And we may not be ready, but we'll find out.
Hey, Elliot, Eric Olson, Associated Press. Kind of like I was asking Sam, as far as here you guys are back 3 years later, how long did it take for the sting of 2021 to wear off for you, if it has?
Oh, yeah, the sting of 21 wore off immediately for me. I remember being in that room at 1:30 in the morning telling the players we were going home, and I didn't see a dry eye or smile the entire bus ride to the airport, entire flight home. And when we got back to the stadium, there was like 2,000 people waiting for us, unbeknownst to us. Total surprise. And as the players walked on the field and we saw 2,000 people in the stands and they had a microphone and I spoke and some players spoke, it's the first time I saw the healing process begin and the smiles come back on the faces. And they knew how admired they were. I think that was America's team that year. Everybody talked about this is America's team. So, but if you're going to do a job and if you're going to, like I'll pick our sport, baseball, if you're going to be the baseball coach here, if you try to coach beyond that with that on your mind, you're never going to prepare another team to do. So I put that, there's certain things I can't put behind me. And one's the death of my mother and father and good friends along the way that eat at me every day. I was talking to Aaron Fitt, like I'd love to have Bruce Winkworth here with me today. He was with me forever. And George Tarantini was always sitting in the crowd no matter what big game I won. He was like, he always found a way to be sitting out there in a press conference like that. But, I've never thought about the sting of 21 since then. It doesn't mean I've forgotten, and it doesn't mean I forgive, because neither one exists. But I don't ever think about it.
Go ahead.
Who would you forgive?
Sir?
Who would you forgive?
I said I don't forgive.
I know, but who would you? Who would be eligible to be forgiven by you?
They know who they are. They know who they are.
Yeah. And then
Noah Fleischman, the Wolfpacker. Coach, your guys' team is the fewest transfers. Of the 8 teams here, you have the fewest transfers, the most guys you've recruited. What does that say about your program to be able to get to this stage without having to plug so many holes? But when you do, you can find a guy like Alec or Brandon or something like that.
Yeah, the transfer portal now, we're all adapting to it. It's a thing that Ron Polk, I remember when we had transfers, whatever it was, 30 years ago, and Ron Polk and I, who's one of the most legendary baseball coaches and smartest minds in all of baseball, we had a cab ride back from Rye, New York to LaGuardia to catch a flight, and we discussed it because they were going to stop the transfer. You had to sit out a year. There was only 4 sports sitting out a year, so it didn't really make sense how you treat so many sports differently. So I understood Ron's point on that, but I didn't like people going all over the place, right? And coaches going to the Cape Cod trying to get somebody else's player. So that's where we're at again. But basically what the transfer portal is right now, Noah, for me, is I've always believed in recruiting high school players and developing them. That's always been the heart and soul of our program at NC State, because we're all about development, and you can't develop people in a year like you take Alec Makaravich and Garrett Pennington and Brandon Butterworth, are we really a part of their success? Their success was born long before they got to NC State. But when you try to develop freshmen and young men to get better, it takes a while, right? So what the transfer portal is for us right now is what the junior college market used to be for us. You have your players, you develop, you lose somebody to the draft that you didn't expect, or something happens with an injury, and you just try to plug holes with junior college players. Now we're doing that through the transfer portal. But I don't believe in building a whole team through the transfer portal every year. That's not what we're all about, and that's not what I believe in.
Hi, Coach. John Huang, NOLA Media. Coach Minjian was up there before you, and he was just so excited. You could tell it in his voice. This is his first time here as a head coach. For those of us who are a little bit older, can you tell the world why it's so important, age and experience, what difference that can make in this situation?
I don't know. I think it's all about players personally. I think coaches, I think we get in the way more than we help deliver results. I think our job is along the path of all fall and all preseason and all season long. I think that's when age and experience may matter with some things you do. I know that third game at Georgia was tough to play, and we sat there all day long in that hotel waiting for that game, and I could just feel the nerves, ramping up in me. So if it's ramping up in me at my age, I can imagine what it was doing to some of the players. And I think that's where age and experience might come in a little bit. But players win games. Coaches, sometimes we get in the way. At this point, Coach Esposito was the greatest sports mind that I've probably ever – I've been around so many great people. It's unbelievable. The list is so long. But Jimmy V, he's nationally known, he taught me so much, and being around him for a while. But Coach Esposito, who built NC State's program, I learned probably more from him, I think we all did, at NC State. He's a legendary figure there. We call him the Godfather. And he always told me, let the players win games when you get to this stage. Don't try to get in the way. Don't try to do too much. And you've done your job, and now let the players. And that's kind of what I live by.
Avery Howard with Herd Out Sports. Just want to talk about the split of the SEC and the ACC, and just, maybe there's a little bit more of a rivalry there, but also on the other hand, just talk about the strength of which the ACC was this season.
Yeah, I think I've been in this league for 28 years now, and I think this league has changed so much through the years. Obviously, it's expanded, and we added teams, and I was here when there was 8 teams. I was here when there were 9 teams. So it's expanded so much, and with that come some teams that had to adapt to how tough the league was. But we always remember recent memory, and I think the league is as strong as it's ever been from top to bottom. But I don't know if there's so much, for me it's not, a rivalry with the SEC as a respect with the SEC. That's what it is for me. 2 great leagues, but there are a lot of great leagues in this country that don't get talked about. But when it gets to 4-4, I know it's a good story, because we are probably, a lot of people talk about us being the 2 best leagues in the country, but it's not a rivalry with me. It's just simple respect.
Jackson Reyes, the Omaha World Herald. Can you just talk about what it means to you to have a guy like Sam get back here and have another chance in playing in the College World Series?
Well, it means absolutely everything. I thought his answer was unreal. I thought his answer was who he is. Taking any team back here is special, but we have 4 guys, I believe. Tyler can help me. I think it's 4 guys. 7 that were on that 21 team that were part of this year's team, but 4 that are here with us now. And for those guys to get back here, because nobody will ever understand how difficult, and I've had some difficult conversations in my career with players over many things. The hardest thing I've ever done is having to sit 27 players who gave their heart and soul and blood and sweat and to achieve a goal of a lifetime and tell them we were going home. So to have those 4 guys back on this trip, it means a lot to me.
So with that, Coach, you talked about your long journey getting here. you see a guy like Sam and those guys who have been here before. What have you seen from them to take on kind of that mentorship role with other, their teammates who just haven't been here before? How have you kind of seen them kind of usher those guys who haven't been here since you've been in Omaha already?
Well, I'm learning more. You learn more from players than you ever teach them, probably. And I probably talk to players more this time of the year about things that I try to stay away from. I talked to Logan Whitaker, who epitomizes Jimmy V's legendary statement that we all live by at NC State and hopefully across the world, is don't give up, don't ever give up. And Logan Whitaker went through so many injuries, everybody gave up on him, and he didn't give up on himself. And so to see every time he toes the rubber, it's just amazing to me. It epitomizes what Coach V said. And like I said, sitting around that hotel room all day, playing that great Georgia team in front of that great crowd, we all started to get some butterflies, right? And they just kept growing and growing and growing. And I talked to Logan, I think it was the night before last. He just showed up at the field. I was at the field. He showed up at the field. And we got to talking about that game 3 at Georgia. He said he called Matt Willison. Matt Willison's not with us. He was the guy that pitched that third game against Arkansas to get us here in 21. He called Matt Willison to ask him for any advice he had on what it's like controlling your nerves on a game 3 to get your team to the World Series, who you love so much. And Matt talked to him for 30 minutes, and then he wrote him back a text, which Logan read to me. And I thought, doggone it. I said, this is what it's all about. And Logan looked at me and said, Coach, I know you know how close this team is, but I don't think you really can conceptualize how really close this team is. This is unbelievable. And Logan's been on like 6 of our teams. And when you hear something like that from a player, it's what you try to do as a coach. You try to build those relationships to where they play for each other. And that's when it becomes very special. And that's when you feel like maybe you've done your job.
Any questions for Coach? Not Coach, congratulations again, and best of luck this weekend.
And thank y'all all. I mean, this is everything here is special, but so is the media. Y'all, I know y'all probably love this event. I'd love to cover it myself. It's kind of cool, and you get to talk to 8 teams. And anyway, y'all been so nice. Thank y'all very much.
Thank you.
And now somebody can direct me back to the Hilton Garden Inn. just point me in one direction and tell me to turn to the Exxon station or, Trini's restaurant or the Twisted Fork or something like that.
Oh, the Twisted Fork. Coach, thank you. You don't want to go off the side.
Okay.
No steps.
Thank you very much. Oh, thank you. Y'all so nice. It's so Oh, you still going back? Yeah. Good. I think
You didn't have your glasses out.
that's right.
I had directions ready for you.
Did you? I would have moved Elliot's street.
What'd you hear last time? Thank you. Good to see you here again.
Ready?
Say when.
sure that's enough? Yes. Everybody, first and foremost, coach and players, congratulations and welcome to Omaha. We'll ask you for an opening statement, then we'll pertain questions to the student athletes, then we'll dismiss them and go with Coach again. Right now, let's ask Coach to give us an opening statement.
Excited to be in Omaha, excited to represent the 12th man, Texas A&M University. Here in the College World Series, seems like we just started practice a couple weeks ago, but it also feels like a long trip. So had a great practice and looking forward to staying here as long as we can, win a national title.
Thank you, Coach. At this time, we'll open for questions. And first question right here.
Mark Garland, College Baseball Central. Gavin and Jace, you guys just got through your first practice out there. Now, how do you get back to the normalcy and start playing? This is just a baseball weekend, and there's lots of lights, lots of media. How do you go out there and just prepare as a baseball game?
It's going to have the same mentality we've had all year. Opening day, every day. So go out there. Might be a new field, big stage, but got to go out there, play our game, and just have fun.
Yeah, and I'm kind of all about living in the moment, so I kind of took today in, and it was pretty surreal. It's my first time ever being here, his first time ever being here, so it was really surreal. It was a really cool moment, and obviously it's really cool to be here, but you just kind of have to treat it like we treated, as he just said, opening day, right? Like, we have to realize that we got here because we had a standard, and we got here because we had things that we believe in, and we can't start going away from those things just because we're on a bigger stage or a bigger field, or you perceive it to be bigger, right? So we just kind of have to put it into perspective and realize that it's still baseball, it's still a game, and we just have to play our best.
Questions? Go ahead.
Noah Darling, College Baseball Central. Gavin, Jace, obviously the loss to Braden in the early in the Super Regional there. How do you guys rebound from that, and how do you rally around him?
Yeah, obviously, I mean, you never want to see anybody go down like that, but especially Braden right there. That was really tough, and even in the moment, that was really, really, really hard for the dugout to kind of stay in. You kind of felt the dugout kind of, it was like we had something in our stomach. It was just like you could feel it, right? But we just kind of had to realize like what was important. We always say what's important now, right? And the most important thing right there was winning that ball game. And so now we just kind of have to look at it as like, I mean, I think the whole team has the utmost trust in every single person that comes off the bench. We all know we're ready to play. We've put everything that we possibly can into this team and into making it what we have so far. So I feel really good. Like, I'd be foolish if I was up here saying that we won't miss him, because obviously we will. He's a big part of why we're here. But I mean, Caden Kitten is unbelievable, as y'all saw. So I feel super, super confident.
Yeah, it's tough to lose a guy like Braden. Great teammate, great person, built a great relationship with him, and he's going to continue to be a great teammate as we continue to go through this journey. But like he said, every guy's got to step up now. So whoever's coming off the bench, who's going to play, like you saw the other day, Caden Kent, huge swing, huge plays. It's going to be awesome. We're having a great time, and Braden's going to be here with us.
Jake McKeever, College Baseball Central. Gavin and Jace, Ryan was here 2 years ago. Is there anything he's kind of passed on about how you handle Omaha? Honestly, he's just told me to have fun. Like, a lot of people try and make it seem like it's like you shouldn't really enjoy it, right? Like, they're like, it's still baseball, it's still, like, and I just said that earlier, but like, especially days like today, tomorrow, I'm definitely going to come watch a game. I mean, why not? Like, you have to enjoy it while you're here. And then he was just like, once it's time for the game, like, then you can realize, okay, it's just baseball. But while we're here and not playing necessarily and we're practicing and everything, like, there's times to take it in and realize, like, hey, like, this is one of the biggest stages in college. Like, this is the biggest stage in college baseball. And it's, you just kind of have to let it sink in.
Yeah, Ryan and coaches have done a great job preparing us when we got here. I mean, a few days, take it all in, enjoy every moment, take pictures, go on your phone, whatever it is. But when it's time to step on those lines, you got to come ready to play, and that's what we plan on doing.
Any other questions for the players? No. Gentlemen, thank you. Appreciate your time, and good luck this weekend.
Have fun, kid.
Can't wait. we'll start with the first question right here for Coach.
Travis Brown with the Bryan College Station Eagle. Coach, you have 4 guys who are the first 4 in A&M history to come to 2 College World Series while they're term. What does it mean for the program? What does it mean for them and what you're trying to build that they can have that experience?
Yeah, it means a lot. And that's a great point, Travis, that the more often you go, the more used to being here that a team is, right? And you have somebody other than a coach that can talk to you about their experience, whether it be on the field or off the field. So between Prager and Cortez and Rudis, I guess Targash would be the other one. It's awesome to have that come from players instead of, it's like hearing from your dad all the time, right? They hear from me all the time, but it's better when it comes from a player. So hopefully we can continue that to where we always have that kind of experience on our club.
Mitch Sherman, The Athletic. Coach, how did you approach Jack Caglione last time you saw them in the regular season as a hitter, and what do you do? What can you do tomorrow night? What do you think of his the season that he's had, the career that he's had?
Yeah, first of all, he's a great player, right? So it is what it is, and I think the key. One of our coaches was talking about how we're going to try X or Y to pitch with him. I said, just make sure there's nobody on base. That's the key, is to make sure there's nobody on base. I mean, we tried. We went 4 outfielders, but it really doesn't matter if he hits it in the air. It's going to go over the fence, right? Most of the time. So I think the thing about Jack that I don't know Jack. I obviously have a lot of admiration for him. The thing that I don't know if he gets enough credit. He's the best defensive first baseman I've ever seen in college baseball. And, it's not close. And I've coached some good ones and coached 2 USA teams that had good ones. And he's an unbelievable defender that can also, I think he can go to the outfield. He made catch against us in Gainesville where he ran all the way down up against the fence and dodged the ball boy and caught one up against the fence. And then he did the exact same thing in the SEC tournament. So he changes the game with his glove, not as much as he does with his bat, but he's a complete player. He's looking to do damage from the first pitch, so you can't go slowly into the at-bat. You have to be super intentional. But I can tell you this, he's a great player, but when we went down there and lost 2 out of 3 at the beginning of the conference play, it was the other guys that beat us. I went into it thinking about Cags and Colby Shelton and those guys, and then it was Heyman and the other dudes, the right-handed hitters that were smoking the ball all over the field. So, they're a great team. As I just told Sully, death, taxes in Florida, in Omaha. Those are 3 things you can pretty much count on. So hopefully we can get our program to that point. But Cags is, you can only control so much. So just try to have him hit with nobody on.
Jake McKeever, College Baseball Central. Coach, you have a ton of transfers that all seem to just mesh really well. What's kind of been the secret behind that, or what have you kind of done to help them mesh?
I think any coach would tell you have a strong culture, right? And Texas A&M as a university leads itself to have. Texas A&M stands for something, and it stands for a lot. And there's a culture there that is not just in the baseball program or the athletic department. It's on the campus, and so it attracts a certain person that if you don't live up to that standard, you're not around. And so I think the transfers we've gotten they're all high character kids from high character families, and they've also come from great places, right? So for example, Braden Montgomery, David Esker deserves a lot of credit for his development, right? The coaches at Penn, the coaches at Columbia, the coaches at Michigan. Those guys are all they're coming from great programs where they've been held to a high standard anyway. And, knock on wood, we get to reap the benefits of that in today's college baseball. So it has way more to do, I think, with where they came from versus anything necessarily we've done other than just welcome them with open arms and hold them to a standard.
Hey, Slosh, Carter Carls, 247 Sports. What would you attribute kind of the slow starts for Ryan the last couple games?
Prager?
Yeah.
Ryan doesn't have he doesn't have overpowering stuff in terms of big velocity. So he relies on command and pitch execution. And so, I think anybody can have a bad day, and he's had, not horrible, but just a couple bad ones, which in my mind just means he's due to have a great one. Our ballpark is not the most forgiving park. When you're a guy that, like the game against Hagen Smith, I mean, the fact that he was able to match him was unbelievable because we were going to have to play way more defense than they were going to have to play because Prager is not normally a big strikeout pitcher. The ball gets put in play a lot, just hopefully weekly. So in this ballpark, I looked at the weather, and I think the wind's going to be blowing in Saturday night with a little front coming through. So, we're a team that the home run's a big part of our offense, but maybe it'll help us keep Florida in the ballpark. But to answer your question, Prager he doesn't have to be perfect, but he can't get away with bad pitches really too often.
Tyler Shaw with KBTX. Coach, I want to ask you about the traditions at A&M. I know the school itself has all of its traditions. The baseball team has a ton of traditions around it. But each year you guys have your own unique ones. You had the Pringles, the Whammy Wagon. Now it's Rattling Bog. Just what are these unique things about each team? I guess why do you do it, and what makes it so special?
First of all, I have nothing to do with any of them. Pringles came out of just a speech when I was mad at the team. That wagon thing, that was Lavalette coming up, and Rattling Bog was Lavalette and Shot. So, I think baseball lends itself to that. You have so much free time. You play every day. It's even more so in professional baseball. So you come up with something to break them. I don't know. I guess you could call it monotony, but just something to keep everybody positive. There's a lot of failure, in baseball. So you need something to bring the guys back to neutral and keep them positive and keep them uplifted. And so I think baseball players tend to do that more often than other sports. I think if you went around every successful team, they have something. And it just so happens that A&M, we're such a big school in the SEC, with a lot of eyes on you. It just gets, it gets in the 12th man, everybody kind of catches on with whatever the team's doing. And I think what's unique about A&M is the connection between the team and the fans. So if we get it going, and if it's good, or if it's Pringles, or if it's whatever, then the connection between the team in any sport at A&M and the 12th man, the true connection of that you don't have at every school, that's what breeds itself to make it become so popular, because the fans are part of the team and the team are part of the fans.
Questions? Down here.
Coach, you talked a few weeks ago about how your heart rate changes when different pitchers pitch. Chris Cortez has just had an incredible season. How has that side of it kind of changed throughout the year?
Gotten a lot better. Yeah, Cortez has earned that, and so Chris has really done well. It's good to see him confident, positive, believing in himself. Chris is a guy that cares. Sometimes he over cares. He wants to please so much that if he just makes a little bit of a mistake, then in his previous days, he would let that snowball into something else. And now he's truly playing pitch to pitch, doesn't look at the scoreboard, doesn't worry about the last pitch. He's focused on the next pitch. So he's matured a lot.
Avery Howard with Herd Out Sports. Coach, your team went 0-2 in the SEC tournament and then turned around and has gone 5 straight to get here. Was that like kind of a turning point for your team that's had a good season, then had a mini wake-up call saying, we got to turn it on right now?
Yeah, I think if you followed our season, it wasn't just the SEC tournament. It was really our last 3 weeks of the season wasn't great. But, there's blessings in everything. And I think, when you had a chance to reset, had a chance to get home and get rested, get out of the heat a little bit, not play as many games in Hoover. Last year, we played Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday in Hoover, 6 straight games. We played 9 SEC games in 11 days, all of them on the road before we went to the regional. And thankfully, we were in Stanford where the weather was awesome and we got the 2 hours back of sleep. But we were pretty out of gas. And this year, we got to go home early from the tournament, play at home, and so that definitely had a role. But I don't know, wake-up call, I think our team's motivated. I wasn't worried about that. It was more about getting the rest and recovery going into the postseason.
Any other questions for Coach? If not, Coach, congratulations again and good luck this weekend.
Thank you, JD. Appreciate it. Good day. You got one more, huh?
One more. Terrence Shannon not found guilty. Terrence Shannon Jr., the kid from Illinois. Yeah, found not guilty. Really? Yeah. I think it's too late now. I mean, he'll go. Yeah, I don't know if. Yeah, I can't remember if he. Yeah. You put the water up. Thank you. Tag team back again. As the previous 7 press conferences, we'll ask Coach for a opening statement, and then we'll ask questions for the student athletes, and we'll dismiss them, and then we'll come back to Coach. So at this time, Coach, first and foremost, congratulations. Welcome back, and just give us an opening statement.
Yeah, just it's great to be back once again. Obviously, our road to this point has been a little bit different. It seems like we've been on the road forever, but I think it's been about 6 straight weeks or so. We had to go to Georgia, then to Hoover, and then obviously went to Stillwater, and then Clemson, and now Omaha. So difficult road, but these guys fought through it, and like I said, we're excited to be here.
Thank you. We'll open up questions for the players. First question, right here.
Eric Olson with the Associated Press. Jack, could you kind of discuss the advantages, if there are, of having experience? I mean, you got 6 or 7 everyday guys that were here a year ago.
Yeah, I think that's huge. Beginning of the year, we just wanted to get back here. So having guys who've played here and kind of know what it's like with the atmosphere and stuff, I think it's just going to play in our favor.
Mitch Sherman from The Athletic. Jack, like Coach just described, the travels that you guys have had over the past month, you've probably got to really enjoy being around each other and enjoy playing the game in order to make it through that. What have you seen from yourself and maybe also for Brandon or Colby, what have you seen in yourself that has allowed you to enjoy it this time? Maybe more so than in the past, if that's in fact the case.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest thing for me and kind of this whole group has been playing for each other to get to this point. We just kind of bought into, wanting the team success over individual success, and that's just kind of what's helped propel us and kind of motivate us to get to where we are now.
Jackson Reyes with the Omaha World Herald. Jack and Brandon, could you guys just talk about what it actually means to get back here and have a shot at redemption and winning the title?
Yeah, I mean, this is what you work for all year. Coming up 1 game short last year definitely kind of put a chip on our backs for the guys who returned and stuff like that. So having another shot at it is really just something that we don't take for granted. We're thankful to be here and we're excited to play here.
Yeah, pretty much what you said. Coming 1 game short last year, and all fall leading up to this year is we've all been grinding and try to get back to where we left off last year. And falling one game short last year has motivated a bunch of us coming back, and a bunch of people coming into this program, like freshmen and at Colby, and wanting to play here, come to the big stage. So, yeah.
Hey, Jack, can you speak to your experience, your improvement offensively from a year ago to this year, and what's been the key for you to improve the way that you have?
Yeah, really just focusing on staying within the zone, staying with what I know that I can handle. That's been the biggest thing. Not being upset with taking walks was one thing that I wanted to work on this offseason. Kind of really just buying into the approach that at the end of the day, I just want to win. So focusing on that's kind of cleared pretty much all the other stuff up.
Yeah, Kevin Brockway, Gainesville. Jack, what would you tell some of the other guys about playing in this ballpark, what it's like, or what are some of the messages you're going to try to pound home to maybe some of the guys that haven't played here before?
Yeah, I mean, it's different, but it's nothing that we aren't used to. Being in the SEC, everywhere you travel to has got a packed-out crowd. That's a crazy environment. I mean, Clemson this past weekend was probably one of the loudest places we played at so far. And we were, on the field when Oral Roberts hit the walk-off homer last year. And that was probably the loudest I've ever heard a stadium. But, yeah, it's just one of those things that these guys need to realize. I mean, there's only 8 teams playing college baseball now. So it's, it's an honor, it's a privilege, and it's something not to take for granted.
Torrey, Gators Online. Colby, when you transfer to Florida, this is kind of the standard. Now that you're here in Omaha, what was it like to walk out on the field today and realize that you guys are one of the last 8 teams playing?
Yeah, very eye-opening. This is a very cool stadium, and just to be in Omaha is very exciting. And knowing that we're one of the last 8 teams and we got a chance to play for a national championship this week is very exciting.
Sam McEwen from the Omaha World Herald. This is a question for all 3 of the players. I know it's kind of an up-and-down season, right? So you get in the postseason. What, if any, moment was the one where you're like, we're going to catch fire, and you caught fire as a team?
Once we got the opportunity to play in the postseason, I mean, records reset, none of it matters. We knew that we have loads of talent, from top to bottom on this roster. And like I said earlier, just playing for each other, knowing what this program's about and what this program's always been about. Our final goal is to be here. So having everybody buy into that and realizing that we had that opportunity was really, a good push in the right direction for us, and we just kind of built on it.
Yeah, I would say the same thing, just the opportunity that we had to get in the NCAA tournament and show everyone what we're really about. And I think we've proven everyone why we should be in the tournament, and that's why we're here in Omaha.
Any other questions? Right there.
Matt Towery from World Baseball Network. Jack, how does it feel just to, from August till now, the first game against St. John's, what do you just feel about the confidence that you guys have going into Omaha? And, obviously not the result you want from last year, but just gaining it pitch by pitch and utilizing what you can do to help your team win and just the guys from the left and right of you.
Sorry, I'm kind of confused what the question was.
What did you just think about, from the season of hitting the ground running in August and then playing the first game against St. John's and getting to this point of the season? How do you just feel about, the result that you guys fell short last year that you guys want to come out on top this year?
Yeah, I mean, coming one game away from it's probably, a way worse feeling than not making the tournament at all, to be honest with you. So having the experience of being here and having guys who have been here has been really instrumental in knowing what it looks like and kind of what it takes to be here. So through the ups and downs and the highs and lows of the season, at the end of the day, we're here. So there's not really much else to worry about from the past. You just got to keep looking forward.
Any other questions for the student athletes? Gentlemen, congrats, and good luck this weekend.
Thank you.
You can be excused, and we'll keep Coach here. Thank you. We'll start with first question with Coach right here.
Yeah, Kevin Brockway, Angels. And I guess I saw the rotation was lined up right. Liam game 1 and Jack game 2. Curious about how you feel about that and how you feel about Liam, as a freshman on the big stage, how he'll respond, particularly from, last week.
Well, I think you've been around me long enough. I don't like to make major changes this time of the year. We've gotten to this point because we've done it a certain way. And, Liam's pitched really well against some really good teams in our league down the stretch. And I know he wasn't as pleased with his last start at Clemson, but I firmly believe he'll learn from that experience and give us a chance on Saturday.
Nick Deltorre, Gators Online. Coach, last year you talked a little bit about appreciating it and realizing how hard it is to get here. Just the road that this team has taken, do you find yourself feeling that again? Grateful to be in Omaha, obviously with more work to do.
Yeah, most certainly. And every team's different, and obviously our road this year is different than in years past. But, I always felt like if we could stay above 500 and get in a tournament, that we would have as good a chance as anybody. And, going to Georgia was a difficult task to win 2 out of 3 there. And I played the midweek game against South Florida towards the end of the year to get that win. And then have to go to Stillwater and play, Oklahoma State and Nebraska, both very, very good teams, and then go to Clemson, who was outstanding. So to get to this point, yeah, it's extremely rewarding. Extremely rewarding.
Sam McKeon, World Herald. The last couple of weeks here, probably to Coach Jack. What have you appreciated most about him as a player and a person?
I just appreciate. It's easy to sit back and be in awe of his offensive numbers and the walk out, the walks to strikeout ratio, and how he's advanced on the mound. But the thing I keep saying over and over is how he's been able to submerge himself into the team and not his own personal success, which has really allowed him to have the season he's had. And tremendous leader. He's, one of the most likable guys in the locker room, and he's just he's stayed the course. And obviously, we wouldn't be here without him.
Hey, Sully, Scott Carter, FloridaGators.com. We all have seen what Ashton can do the last couple weeks, but before he got this opportunity, what was your kind of take of him? What did you know you were going to get if he did get the opportunity out of him as a player?
I don't know. He earned the opportunity. The thing about Ashton, he stayed engaged. Always gave a great effort in practice. Terrific teammate, and he got his opportunity. Unfortunately, Ty broke his wrist and got the opportunity, and certainly he's made the most of it.
Yeah, Kevin Brockway, Angels son. Sully, how happy were you for Michael Robertson, last to come through with that hit, kind of the season he's had, and also the value of having him back here playing the big outfield in Omaha?
Yeah, no question. The catch he made last year was one I'll never forget, obviously. And, Michael or anybody else to have that opportunity and to rise to the occasion and have that, that opportunity to win a game at the plate was awesome. I was just ecstatic for him to have that opportunity, and obviously he had a great at-bat and left on left and stayed on it. And, yeah, I was just really pleased for him, obviously.
Hey, Coach, Mitch Sherman from The Athletic. Other than the obvious physical gifts, what makes Caglione a special player?
Well, I think you have to start with the physical gifts he has. He's the biggest, strongest guy in the field. But the thing that it's always easy to talk about is pitching and hitting, but he's incredibly talented at first base defensively. And I can't remember the last time he's made a mistake on the base pass. He's a complete baseball player. And those are the things that sometimes can get overlooked because of his size and his power and, his pitching ability. But he's a complete player. And one day he'll be a Gold Glover at first base. He's that good. And he can run better than what people think. He's a really good runner. So, obviously he's got a great career ahead of him. But those are the other things that people, have a tendency to maybe overlook. But I mean, he's a complete player.
If I can ask a follow-up. As a follow-up to that, what have you seen from him this year in his ability to maybe set aside some of the pressure? And I mean, he knows there's a lot of eyes on him. How have you seen him handle that?
Obviously it starts with his mom and dad, and then he's got terrific, teammates around him that support him. And it's a good question. I think probably learned a lot from some of our players from last year. Wyatt Langford, for example, how he handled this whole process and that type of thing. So he just has a really good supporting cast around him, and he's handled it great.
Nick Del Torre, Gators Online. You guys faced Texas A&M back in March, but it's pretty much two different baseball teams now. Can you take anything away from that series or the familiarity with them being in the league?
No. That series, it was so long ago, it has no bearing on Saturday night. It does make it a little bit easier because we have played them 3 times, and I'm sure Schloss will say the same thing. They've played us 3 times. So from a scouting report, deal, it does save you a little bit of time, and I'm sure they would say the same thing. But the series we played in Gainesville has no bearing on Saturday night.
Nick Marcinko, Gator Country. You mentioned Ty Evans, who obviously had an incredible run at this tournament a year ago. How hard has it been on him not to be able to play on this stage again, and how has he kind of helped guys maybe like Ashton or Colby who haven't played on this stage before?
I haven't asked him, but I know Ty well enough to know that, this is painful. I mean, he had an unbelievable tournament last year, and knowing the competitor that he is, it's got to be killing him inside that he's not able to play. But, his teammates have been great. He's been great in the dugout. And I know there's probably been times where he probably leaves the yard and he's, it's tough. It's tough because no one wants to play more than he does. So, but I really appreciate the teammate he's been and how he's handled it. But if you ask him, I'm sure it's extremely painful.
Back there, then.
Jacob Redner, 24/7 Sports. Sully, how do you kind of go about managing nerves and stuff like that for Liam, who's going to open things up for you here in Omaha? Are there any steps you take? Will you have conversations with him? What's kind of the plan for Liam?
Yeah, I mean, kind of make light of it a little bit. I mean, the alternative, he's sitting next to me in the dugout, or he's out on the mound. So, I trust him. I mean, we really don't know how anybody's going to react on a stage like this, but he has pitched in the SEC, against some really, really good teams, and has had success. And we don't have very many options as far as who to pitch on Saturday night. It would probably have 2 choices: it's either Cags or Liam. And but hopefully he'll handle the stage well. I believe he will. If I didn't think he would, he wouldn't start. But I'll spend some time with him one-on-one. I've been out here enough to have some ideas on what might help him, but it's really about simplifying things and just keep doing what you're doing and just throw the ball across the plate, and hopefully he'll learn. Obviously it's a smaller stage, his start last Saturday against Clemson, but I truly believe in him. He's earned the right to open this thing up for us, and we'll see how it goes.
Okay, we're back there and right here.
Coach Matt Halloran from World Baseball Network, 4 teams from the SEC, 4 teams from the ACC. What do you just feel about the competition, let alone from both conferences, landscaping and college baseball, and what you guys can do to just course this time frame that, playing a tough team like Kentucky a month and a half ago and, Tennessee as well. How do you just feel about what's at stake to utilize the scouting alignments for those teams right now?
Well, as far as the scouting reports, I mean, I learned a long time ago that there's obviously 2 divisions or 2 groups, and our whole focus is our group and worrying about the scouting reports on this side. And I think earlier in my career, you might spend equal amount of time on 7 different scouting reports. But if you get to the finals, you're only going to play one of those teams, right? So you got a couple days to prepare for that. So our whole focus has been on our side of the bracket.
Here.
Yeah, Coach Kevin Brockway, Gainesville Sun. Yeah, when you look up and down Texas A&M's lineup, I mean, even without Montgomery, it seems like they have a lot of dangerous hitters. Just a challenge in navigating that, and anything else that stands out to you about how Texas A&M is playing now.
Yeah, I mean, they've got an outstanding lineup, and it's split right left all the way down. They got Appel, switch hitter, who, in my opinion, I said this when we played him, he was one of those unsung heroes. It's easy to their third baseman and Lavalette and Montgomery and a bunch of those guys. But Appel, for me, he was one of the most difficult outs in their lineup. And they're older, and their pitching's really good. I mean, let's face it, they have plenty of left-handed arms that can really spin the ball, and they get to the back foot of the right-handed hitters. And Cortez now is one of the hottest pitchers in the country, and we've got a closer they really like who's extremely dependable. So, I mean, yeah, they're well-rounded. It'll be a challenge for us. There's no question.
Any other questions for Coach? Not Coach. Congrats again and good luck this week.
All right, thank you.
Coach Schlossnagle said that Jack was the best that first baseman's ever seen. Yeah, so just to reiterate to what you said,